said slow down, I was at the limit. You said stay calm, but my patience is thinning. The sirens scream like a wolf in the night, but I'm standing my ground, I know I'm in the right. Your badge is shining, but your eyes tell lies. Your voice gets louder as the truth divides. Am I free or am I trapped? You bend the rules till they snap. Rage and blood, the game you play, but I won't let you take my day. Your words like chains, but they don't hold me. Your shadow looms, but I still see. Flashlight glare, it cuts the dark, but I know my rights, I've lit that spark. What's the truth when power's abused? Who's the judge when the jury's confused? You wear the weight of the law like a crown, but kings fall when the people stand their ground. Am I free or am I trapped? You bend the rules till they snap. Badge and blood, the game you play, but I won't let you take my day. You said slow down, I wasn't fast. Your sirens wail, my heart beats last. A badge don't make the rules, been steel, but here I am behind your wheel. A flashing blue lights, you twist the night. I'm in the right, but you ignite. You spin your words, they sting like cuffs. Flashing blue lights, ain't that enough? You lean in close with a crooked grin. The game you play, I can't ever win. You talk in circles, my voice gets drowned. You're the king of this blacktop town. Power trips like a rolling tide. Truth gets swept where the shadows hide. Flashing blue lights, you twist the night. I'm in the right, but you ignite. You spin your words, they sting like cuffs. Flashing blue lights, ain't that enough? Your pen writes stories that don't exist. Your eyes are cold, they never missed. This asphalt stage where you perform turns justice into a brewing storm.
Well, hello everybody, and thank you for joining us. That was a song which I put together called Badge in Bluff. Someone's got it open. I'm a bear. Right, that's better. Right, sorry, my bear just had to mute, Joe. Ladies and gentlemen, you may or you may not have seen a video that I put out the other day entitled LMPD Chief Suggests and Blames a victim who they're supposed to be well, they've investigated. They've got the guy who did it, and well, I wasn't really impressed with what was the way it was put across. Let's put it that way. So I'll just show you this now. I do apologize in advance because the lip sync on both videos is rather poor. Bit like my whistle today. It's all over the place. Apologies.
Another high-profile case during today's press conference, the murder of Tasha White. She was reported missing in April, was later found dead in a wooded area near Buchel. Jamie Shelby was arrested last weekend and charged with murder and robbery. And when asked about this case and any further information, the chief responded.
I know there was a lot of criticism thrown at LMPD at the onset, but I will tell you that Tasha White's behavior placed her in the position she ultimately ended up in. There are a lot of moving parts to this case, and I want to make sure that we can get far enough along in the prosecution before we give out some of those specific details and feel more comfortable about that.
And we reached out to LMPD to see if the department would clarify that statement, but we're told they could not comment further until the case plays out in court. We also reached out to Tasha White's family, but did not hear back.
Okay, so a bit of silence there for Tasha in relation to what happened. Some more details have come out or been released, but victim.
I was involved in Hot Mess Summer, and her team was out searching for her. I was involved in the chat. I'm a mod for her. I was involved in the chat. I was putting her information in the chat. They were out searching for her. Many teams went out looking for her, many days searching for her. The community searched for her, not LMPD. The community was putting flyers up, searching for her, not LMPD. Let's make
make it perfectly clear. I mean, you'll see in the second video how the community responded to that. But who in their right mind would ever blame a victim by suggesting they put themselves in that position?
This is a mother, a sister, a daughter, a community member. It's unbelievable.
Well, yeah, I mean, I couldn't get the go back to Mrs. Doubtfire.
I couldn't believe this. I'm in New York, and I here in New York was putting effort in looking for this woman out of New York. That was missing Kentucky.
Yeah, I mean, from what I can find out through over the last day or so, I found out that basically everything was driven by the community on this.
Correct.
And to come out and make such a bold, stupid statement is beyond me totally.
Okay.
I don't get it.
Statement was made.
So that was a statement. Okay. Now this is a little bit longer, this one, and I apologize for the sound, but there's not syncing with the video, but it's the sound that's more important, to be honest. Now listen to this. This is, unfortunately, it takes a little bit longer because after this, they did a community involvement police thing, right? Where they went out to the community, including this police chief. He was there, and they were trying to mend bridges, I think.
Yeah.
But let's play it anyway. And what are your thoughts? Put them in the chat. Let me know.
That Tasha White's behavior placed her in the position she ultimately ended up in.
Those comments from LMPD's chief
sound
about a local homicide victim ignited criticism on a case that has been seen plenty of.
You'd say sounds low, because I can hear it.
Latasha
We
White
got no sound
in early May, and
oh,
despite
right,
her
okay,
family
thank you.
reporting her missing, LMPD never issued an alert. She was found dead in a wooded area.
Now we do.
I don't know what's wrong with that. Let's
Very
try
low
another one.
sound. It was very low. Play it
Yeah,
again.
I'll try something else.
No, it was low. They can
Yeah,
hear it.
no. Yeah, give me a second, and I'll see if I can play it directly.
No, it was very low. I turned mine up. Play it again.
Yeah.
Tasha White's behavior placed her in the position she ultimately ended up in.
Those comments from LMPD's chief Paul Humphrey about a local homicide victim ignited criticism on a case that has been seen plenty of it and led to calls for a public apology. Latasha White disappeared in early May, and despite her family reporting her missing, LMPD never issued an alert. She was found dead in a wooded area off of Buchel neighborhood a week later.
The White's family says Chief Humphrey's comments have been salt in an open wound, so today he apologized and gave more context to those comments. Wave News reporter Alina Noakes tells us they proved to be significant.
A murder plot gone wrong. That's how Chief Paul Humphrey characterizes what Latasha White was involved in prior to her death. The details are new even to critics, but don't seem to have changed public perception that the chief's comments were inappropriate.
What he said was very disrespectful and very emotional, but you're throwing salt into open wounds that we haven't even healed from yet.
That's Latasha White's family reacting to a comment made in a news conference Wednesday when LMPD Chief Paul Humphrey said White's behavior put her in a position to be killed. Less than 24 hours later,
nobody purposely puts themselves in a situation to have their life taken.
Some city council members were in front of City Hall calling for accountability and a public apology.
For them to continue to do this, continue to drop the ball, and then have the audacity to sit here and blame, shame, and try to humiliate a victim that was murdered is absolutely ridiculous and unacceptable.
That apology is something critics got.
I apologize, particularly to Miss White's family, for the lack of sensitivity and the lack of clarity in my words and how that contributed to their pain. I should not have said it that way.
Humphrey's lack of clarity, he says, came from having information he could not share about the case until now. Humphrey claims the behavior that he says contributed to White's death was her own involvement in a murder plot with Shelby, who she was romantically involved with. Humphrey says around 2 a.m. on April 29th, White disconnected her home's cameras and intentionally left her phone. And at some point between her leaving and being found dead, White was killed with her own gun. Humphrey admits his vagueness was damaging the public trust, something he says they've been trying to build.
I'm going to misspeak. I think I spoke for 25 or 30 minutes yesterday, and I made one bad sentence. Unfortunately, that was an impactful sentence.
Councilwoman Tammy Hawkins told us she feels the new information is a distraction to Chief Humphrey's prior statement. You're innocent until proven guilty, and Miss White, unfortunately enough, is now deceased and not alive to tell her story, says Hawkins. Alina Noakes.
Trust by having face-to-face conversations. And tonight, Wave News reporter Julia Richardson spent some time at tonight's meeting. And Julia, we learned this is a first step in a longer program the department wants to build.
Yeah, Jose, well, LMPD hosted a Cuts and Combos event tonight where community members could talk candidly with police officers. Those who attended say building trust takes time, but they think this is a good start.
The goal is to give and gain perspective so that we both can leave here with something.
This was the scene Thursday night inside Boys to Men Barbershop with both community members.
What can we get out of these? Every month, we talk. And for the ones that come here, can we devise a plan?
And police officers, including LMPD Chief Paul Humphrey, chiming in.
This is about listening to what you think we need to do, what the problems are you having, in your community and how we can work together to solve those.
One of the problems attendees brought up, a lack of trust in the police department.
If we don't establish a level of trust, we're not going to get anywhere. We're not going to get anywhere. And it starts with these conversations.
Community members I talked with say they're happy with how Thursday's conversation went, but want to focus on urging more community members to join in for future ones.
This is a good step, doing it here at the barbershop. But I think reaching out to other leaders, business leaders, educational leaders, and saying, hey, can you bring people in so we can have these conversations? Because right now, the right people aren't in the room.
Everybody in this room does want change. It's the people that don't even know if they want change or don't want change that we need to get into the room so that we can create change.
These conversations with LMPD will be happening monthly, with the next one on August 25th.
So there we have it. What's going on here now? I've done it again, haven't I? There we go. Okay. So that meeting was actually held on Thursday evening, and I think that the chief apologised in his own way afterwards, or it was the information was released afterwards. Either way, I don't think it's much of an apology, to be honest.
No.
In any way, shape, or form, and the way he delivered it, it was a 20-minute speech, and one sentence was badly put. I could have put it differently. I apologise for any inconvenience this may cause the family, etc. I'm sorry, I could write better stuff myself. That is ridiculous.
He just blew the case. The guy's
and then he has the audacity to deliver something which, to me, is irrelevant, to be honest, and that is that he suggests, with no evidence, that she put herself in that position because of what she was up to, that she was planning to murder someone, and then she was killed by her own gun. Really?
He's giving out information on a case that's pending in a court of law.
Yeah.
So he just blew the case.
Yep.
He's giving out information on a case. How stupid.
Yeah.
Blue dog case.
Inferno sums it up. I think he just feels sorry that he's in so much trouble and created more trouble because he's given information out about the case that he shouldn't have done.
Yeah.
He should have kept his gob shut.
Do you know how many chiefs of police they have gone through in Louisville? I can't count them.
I don't know the area and I don't know the history so much, but I do know that that apology was a load of hogwash. And then he has the cheek to attend a community meeting to try and bridge the gap between the police and the community as well, which is what?
I'll give you a little feedback. They just had the Breonna Taylor case. She was shot with illegal warrants. She was murdered there with illegal warrants. The guy that shot her is still an officer in Carrollton, Kentucky. Not prosecuted.
This is another case.
Yep. The DOJ came in. They gave a whole big plea booklet, what they were supposed to do in Louisville. Trump got elected. It got thrown right out of the out. Hansen got prosecuted. The DOJ, the new DOJ came in. They wanted to give him 1 day in jail and $100 fine.
Well, now you know something else that goes on in Louisville, Inferno. They don't just make bats unless they're using them for other means.
that
I
kind of
just
got
think,
thrown out of the wayside. Hansen did get 33 months. Thank God.
well,
So, you know, Louisville is a laughing stock.
well, by the sounds of it, yeah, but from, all right, okay, I'm looking in from over here, yeah? So forget the politics of things, which I can see, which is, I'd love to get into, but I was under the impression that there were certain protocols that the police can do at a press conference, for starters, and what they can't do. This guy didn't read those protocols.
No.
This guy read from a script that he wrote, thinking that it will cover up the flaming mistake that he made, and I just get a little bit angry about it, to be honest.
I read an article where he said, I said too much. I should have kept my mouth shut. He should have kept his mouth shut.
He didn't have to come out. There was an uproar from the community of what he said. That's obvious.
Oh, yeah.
Right? I watched I was lucky enough to watch the press conference live, right? Because Summer was filming it live. What I didn't see was what went on, and it was good that the mainstream media was there. Well, I say mainstream, local media was there to cover it, because now you can actually see, hear actually what was said and how angry people were about it, and are still.
Oh yeah.
And I was in the chat and I said, I will publicize this. I will do whatever I can to highlight this, and if people don't like what I'm talking about, you want to go somewhere else, I don't have an issue with that. Carry on. I don't do this for numbers. I don't care about numbers. This is about getting the truth out and discussing the truth.
The one thing about most, and I'll say 99% of all the protests in Louisville are peaceful. Even when they had, throughout the protesters of the Black Lives Matter, and I'll use because it was the Black Lives Matter through the George Floyd protests, they were peaceful.
Yeah.
There was not buildings burnt. There was not buildings destroyed. There was not windows. And there was a couple, but it was not them out Louisville's. It was outside agitators that came in that did the couple of windows that were smashed. And when they seen them being smashed, they chased those people out.
Yep.
So I will, because I watched them in Louisville. They were peaceful there. It was outside agitators that came in that caused the problems. They chased them out. So anybody says they weren't peaceful there, they're wrong. And the guy that got shot was not shot by locals. It was shot by an agitator. And
unfortunately, unfortunately, and over here at the moment, we're seeing it day in, day out at the moment. There are outside agitators who, whenever there's a protest, they want to get involved, they want to stir up trouble, and that's what's happening over here at the moment. But I'll come into that in a little bit. Welcome in, Mrs. Reaper. The missus is awake for now.
Hi, Mrs. Reaper. And I have something to say. Grim cut his live short the other night, and I want to thank you, Grim, very, very much for cutting it short the other night. I had a family emergency. Grim cut his live short to come in jiu-jitsu with me, and I would like to thank you, Grim, for doing that. My mother-in-law passed away the other night. Thank you very much, Grim. Thank you, Mrs. Reaper, and thank you, everybody that came in to jiu-jitsu with me and during my time of need. Thank you all very, very much.
That's what we're here for.
that is what happened when Grim cut his show short the other night. My mother-in-law passed away. So
I wasn't going to mention anything.
I know you weren't, but I wanted to thank you and let everybody know why you cut your show short. Thank you very much, Grim.
This is what the network is about. We may agree, we may disagree with things, but we support each other. And certainly when something, there's an emergency that happens, a personal emergency, doesn't matter what it is. I got the message and I just went, I can't do this. Not now. It was really bad news, and I've known Mama Bear for a long time, and I knew that she'd need some sort of support, even if it was just to try and put a smile on her face. And you know me, you know, I do make jokes, and at times I do know how to hold back. That saying, this police officer, this chief idiot, needs to be removed, and I think the community should do their best to remove them.
Yes,
And
LMPD has had sex scandals. They've had problems within the police force from sex scandals within the sex crime unit. Believe that one or not, but they have had, because I've gone through that with Summer. They've had the shooting within fake warrants, unqualified officers. LMPD is a problem department, big problem department. And it's not just LMPD in that area. It's the state police within the Louisville area. Because right now they have just, under federal indictment, there's almost 100 cases against one state trooper within the Louisville area. So, you know, they have got a problem in Kentucky.
well, Mama Bear, when things level out for you, or if you want any instruction, let's work together and let's do something about that and publicize what's going on in that area. And you can even give me a geography lesson and as to where it is and the area around it, because I've heard the name, but that's about all. You're with me. But there is, apart from saying hello to Mrs. Reaper, thank you for hopping in. I just want to say a big shout out to Summer for everything she's done in that area, and for bringing it, and also to thank her for bringing it to my attention as well. I do what I do, not because I don't do clicks and views, never have done, never will do. But when something like this comes up, I want to be all over it and publicize it. Right, the more people who know about it, the better. At the moment, I'm just going to break for a few minutes. I'm just going to place a BNC support tune just for Mama Bear.
Before you do that, I've just popped in to say hello to Mama Bear and yourself, Graham. I'm not staying. I just wanted to say hi to you and wish you all the best for your stream today.
Thank you.
No problem. I will be listening, but I'm not staying up, okay?
No worries. All right.
Hey,
Speak to you later. Bye for now. And if
Bye for now.
BBA is,
Love you, Mama Bear.
Love you.
and if anyone can get hold of BBA, let them know we've gone live, please. I wanted to have a chat to you about another topic. Okay, so while we're waiting, well, I'm going to play this from Mama Bear. As I say, it's a record from BNC Support. Make sure you go over to there and subscribe if you haven't done. If somebody would like to put it in the chat, I would appreciate it. You know, the link. That way I can turn around and say, what copyright infringement?
My mom likes when I rap fast with enough energy that it can make her heart dance. I would like to write a song for her to sing along. Better make it fucking bumpin' cause my mom's the bomb. Life Took my parents on a giant roller coaster ride, cause I was walking with a limp, something wasn't right. Doc came in the room, said they found a giant tumor. It was lodged in my brain, immediate surgical procedure. Imagine the thoughts running through their head. Their 2-year-old boy heads filled with dread. You can't prepare for that being said on a Tuesday afternoon when you get out of bed. But I made it, I fucking made it. You've been by my side through good and hard times. I'd do anything for you, I'd do anything for you, Mama Bear. I love my Mama Bear. Mama Bear, I love Mama Bear. Childhood, we spent a lot of time together. School was pretty far. I wouldn't trade it for the world, driving, talking in the car. I was on a path or a mission, you could say. All I wanted was to be like Rafa, Roger, or Marc Andre. I always had it in me, the fire was burning strong. My mom told me a story from I was 6 years young. Mom, I hate losing so much, I want to win so badly. I guess not much has changed though, and that kinda makes me happy. I got fire burning in me, it's strong. Living by my side through the good and hard times. I'd do anything for you, I'd do anything for you, Mama Bear. I love my Mama Bear. Mama Bear, I love my Mama Bear. Mama Bear, I love Mama Bear. Back to the fire burning in me as a kid. It was hard to control the stupid shit I did. Provincial tennis champs, hit an old man in the head. Threw my racket at the net, it flew over, smack, his face went red. I looked over at my mom, oh my god, I'm dead. Oh my god, he's dead. She was living to the max. That kid needed a lesson, probably needed quite a smack. But my mom is way too cool for that. Control the stupid shit I did. Provincial tennis champs, hitting no man in the head. Threw my racket at the net, it flew over, smack, his face went red. I looked over at my mom, oh my god, I'm dead. Oh my god, he's dead. She was living to the max. A kid needed a lesson, probably needed quite a smack. But my mom is way too cool for that.
There you go, Mama Bear, just for you.
That's an old one.
It is an old one, but the other one that I've got is when you were smoking, so I didn't think that was appropriate, so I'll play that one instead. Because you've given up smoking, haven't you?
Yeah.
So
you see the new one that was put up on my page?
Well, I'll tell you what, if there's any hints or tips you can give either, to either Mrs. Reaper or to myself, because I've got to go back on the vapes, which means that I'm going to sound like Darth Vader a lot once I get on them. But you know what? As long as I've got some windows open, for the vape smoke to disappear, it'd be all right. Okay, now I was hoping that BBA was going to be about for this bit, but a couple of interesting things which I found out regarding the issues surrounding illegal migrants here in the UK, and you might be able to give me your point of view on this, Mama Bear, and if you know anything which is going on in the States similar, it'd be interesting. So the first thing is that the asylum seekers, these are the ones that come over in the boats, etc., they are given £50, roughly $60 per week in the form of a voucher, which could be, I mean, my understanding is it's a prepaid card, which they're supposed to use for essential things like clothes, food, getting about. What have we found? Well, our wonderful government and Home Office did a little bit of an audit on these cards to see, or vouchers, to see where they are being spent. And you'll never guess what they found.
Wow.
And if you did, it's fantastic. But I'll let you know, because I don't like keeping people in suspenders too long. No, not McDonald's. Nice try, though, because that's classed as food. No, they were going into places like casinos, amusement arcades, betting shops, right? And as a taxpayer, right, here's my argument. You don't get this free money to go and bet.
Well, I seen a video of one illegal coming out of the bush with, excuse me, sex toys.
Wow. Well, that's not essential, is it?
I wouldn't think. So what would surprise me, they're going into casinos.
Yes.
If I'm seeing videos of them with sex toys.
There's only one thing to say to that. Wow. Yeah, just before I forget, because you know what my memory is like. Thank you, Miss Luck. Drop us an email to newsdesk at grimreapernetwork.org with, if you can, with those videos, and I'll have a look at it. I won't put them up, I promise. I'll just have a look at them. But thank you very much for the offer. Yeah, so, yeah, I mean, I was surprised, but they found that over 6,000 of them were going into betting shops and casinos and getting away with it as well. Hello, Mr. BBA.
Evening. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Fine.
Yeah, you couldn't hear me when I was in your lobby before you started. So.
All right. Okay.
Turns out I had to update my phone, so I've been sat here like a lemon waiting for it to update.
Did you catch that? What I was said about the illegals?
No, I didn't, mate. No.
Okay, so the Home Office did an audit for the last 12 months up until March, I think it was, or April, and they get £50 per week in the form of a voucher stroke card. Okay,
right.
That money is meant for them to buy food, clothes, essentials, right, and travel. What they actually found was over 6,000 were going into betting shops, casinos, and using it. So your tax money and my tax money over here, right, and this is what I'm really pissed off about. I don't have a problem if somebody's in need, the money going to them, right? And they are in need, so I don't have an issue with that. So long as you use it.
Hang on. Who's in need? Who's in need, though?
No, well, I'm going to come to this in a minute, right? But I'm saying in this thing, I have no issues, which is one of the reasons why I don't have an issue with anybody receiving any money if they are genuinely in need, right? Now, I'm not going to get into the politics as whether or not whether we should be giving them £50 per month. What I'm actually, a week. What I'm saying is that money is given to them on the understanding that they use it to buy essentials. Right? That's all I'm saying. Yeah. But when you find out and the Home Office produce evidence, if you like, that it's being used in casinos, right, and betting shops, that's where I draw the line.
Right? So the Home Office done this audit?
Yes.
Right. And did it change anything? Like, they just thought of the Home Office gone, you know what? We're being taken the piss out of here, and here's the facts to prove. Like, here's literally the evidence to prove it.
Okay. So the information that I got was, and I don't normally go to this website, is the Mail Online, right? And they actually, and the data shows that in the last year, up to 6,537 asylum seekers have used government-issued cards at least once for gambling, right? And where are we? Yeah. The Shadow Home Secretary has described it as shocking figures and an insult to taxpayers. Now, I'm not a Tory. I'm not Labour. But I agree with with that. Totally. It's wrong. So if they're going to be using it for that, instead of giving them bloody cards, they have to go with a code to a proper shop and use it there. Makes sense to me. Yeah. Because what they're doing is they're giving them prepaid cards, which means they can go anywhere. And Mama Bear was saying that where she's seeing it's where they have been into adult stores to buy sex toys over in the States. I wonder how many have done that over here.
Well, did you not hear of the hotel come out in the last week that staff caught 2 migrants having sex and filming it for OnlyFans? I mean, listen, you could say to consenting adults, do what you want. So I'm not necessarily against that, but I mean, you know, like, you come into this country with your free phone, probably supplied for by the British government, or should I say the taxpayer. Mm-hmm. And like, you're sat around making CD sex videos and that. So, like, you know what I mean? It's just...
Yeah, you're just jealous because they thought of it and you didn't.
Oh, yeah. No. Come on, man.
Where you go. Hang on. You know I'm joking. I
just feel like, and it can be done in a way where, like, well, maybe people can still call you racist, yeah? And that's just something I feel like people have got to take on the chin these days. But at this point, mate, we can settle for nothing less than calling a spade a spade.
I agree.
Calling a spade a spade offends you, or you find it somehow kind of fascist, or
no,
then no. I'm afraid you would have to give your head a wobble. Like, to these people that think that, it's like, you need to go and have a look at yourself. Hard, long look.
Right. So before I move on slightly, I just want to say welcome to Dragon. Thanks for dropping in. Sean, hello, AJM. And Vanish, not seen Vanish for some time. Okay, so Sean's saying, I never want to see Bear's OnlyFans videos again. Oh, God, what's that? What he did in the poor fridge. Well, yeah, I've heard about that, Sean, as well.
Ignore Sean. I do. Ignore
no, Sean's funny. He kicks on you all the time.
I don't care.
Hence the reason why he's funny. Right. So the next thing I wanted to say, and maybe you've heard this or you may have something similar over in the States, where these migrants are being put up into hotels. Now, technically, they're only supposed to be in there, I think it's for 52 days, right? Technically. However, they have been, hello, Dragon.
Hello, loves.
Hi.
Man, I think some of these people are crazy, Grim. Like, what the hell is wrong with people?
Well, if you think that's crazy, listen to this.
Okay.
After 52 days, these asylum seekers are meant to leave the hotel.
They're not asylum seekers. We can't call them that either, Brett.
No, they're not.
Remember, YouTube doesn't like misinformation.
Okay. So these people who come over on the boats and sail across, right? They are told after 52 days they have to leave. What's been happening is they've been staying. So now the government's getting tough. Huh? Question mark. They're now saying and threatening them with removal of their £50 vouchers. Well, if they're going on to OnlyFans, they're making more than 50 quid a week.
What the hell?
Do you think they deserve £50 a week?
No, I actually think that what should happen is they should be given army surplus or something. Or the equivalent of.
And again, I'll go back to, I'm just going to call a spade a spade. I don't believe anything less than mass deportations is the answer at this point. If you look at like the trajectory that the country is going in, right, and it's not a great one. And
the thing is, where are you going to? This is the problem that I've got, right? I've got to be honest. I'm all for human rights, right? And I can't argue against them being here from a point of view of human rights. They've got to be somewhere. So if you're going to deport them, where are you going to deport them?
I hear the Atlantic Ocean's big and
you can't do that. You can't do that. There's not enough islands.
Well, I didn't say anything about violence. I mean, we can stick a few Bobby Stockholm boats out there and see how long they last. You know what I mean?
What are you suggesting? That they go off? They go for a very long walk off a plank with concrete boots?
I wouldn't say that.
We haven't got a mafia in this country officially.
Listen, I don't care. I'll tell you what. Where's a good place to start with the deportations and where we send them to? Exactly where they fucking last come from before landing on UK shores, and I believe that would be France. So,
in most cases, yes.
Bye, France. Like back to France. See you later. We don't want you.
Okay, a lot of them are using the fact that they don't have passports. The reason they can't be deported because they have no origin of country to deport them to.
No, you don't need a country to deport people to. So I come from, like, I don't know, let's just say I come from Timbuktu, yeah? But I've decided that I'm gonna illegally migrate to the USA. And the last place I resided before the USA was the UK. Yeah, I went to the UK. In fact, Ireland. Then I went to Ireland, and from Ireland, I decided that I was going to get on a boat and I was going to come to the USA. I'm going to throw my passport. I'm going to throw everything that gives you guys in America any traces of me. Yeah. Yep. Where do you guys deport me to? You deport me back to where I last come from, and that would have been Ireland. It's that simple. We don't. These people, because that's what they would say. They'd say, "Oh yeah, we don't know where they've come from, so we're meant to send them back to France, man."
So
it's that simple.
Sean saying that we can still deport to their last exit port.
But their country is refusing them.
But they're refusing them, and at the moment, I will give the French police the due. They have tried to stop them from coming over, and they have at the other on the French side. They have actually stopped quite a few boats, probably 3, allegedly.
I was about to say,
by
what are
slashing
you
them.
seeing that I'm not seeing, man? Where can I find this? Because you're on about the little media clip that got put out just over a week ago where they slash a boat. Are we on about that one?
Why did you think I said 3 allegedly? I didn't
All right,
say
okay.
a lot. Listen to
No,
what I say.
no, but my point is, even those boats, like those people, they slashed the boat. They all got off that boat because it was no good. Do you not think once the cameras weren't rolling that they just got on another boat, or they waited another week or whatever in their little camp and then got on another boat? In fact, those exact people we see in that clip are probably already here now. They're already probably here.
Uh-oh.
Right.
Hey, Mama Bear.
Hey.
Let the ladies take over for a second.
So,
Come on, ladies. Tell them mass
okay.
deportation.
This is what I think, okay? Personally. Just my opinion only, all right? When these people come into countries where there's no passports, so you're telling me, Mama Bear, that they won't take them back?
they have no recognition that they are a resident of that country.
Really? Well, damn.
That's why they are throwing their passports in the ocean.
Really? I didn't know that.
They are throwing their passports in the ocean.
Yep.
No proof of residencies and no proof of any place.
That's messed up, and they're getting away with this?
Yes.
Yeah. Now, another argument that was brought up. I was on a conversation with someone the other day, and they brought up a good point. Now, they're in France. They also have to pay £1,500, yeah, to get a place on one of these boats. That's what they're paying the people traffickers. I've heard this out of illegal migrants' mouths myself when I've asked them.
Same thing they're doing here in the U.S. They're paying the same.
£1,500.
Yeah, and I'm in the U.S. too, so.
They're fleeing war. They've got nothing. They're coming from the worst of the worst, apparently, and they've got 1,500 quid in their back pocket.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like, come on.
Well, this is all messed up all the way around.
They're paying the cartels to come into the U.S.
Yeah.
Really,
Yeah.
Mama?
Yes. Yes.
That's why wool, because they're coming in from mainly from Mexico. However,
Guatemala, El Salvador, they're paying the cartel for free passage all the way up through. They're paying $10,000 just for free passage to get up through. And once you get here, you have to send money back to the cartel.
Yeah, Greg, I've got a good video, yeah? There's a good video. If I give you the link, you want to play it?
Depends on whether or not there's any issues with it, but yeah. Put it in the back chat, by all means.
Oh,
I didn't know any of that, Mama Bear. Not a thing.
Oh, yeah. They'll kill your family if you don't pay up.
This is where ladies, this is where the educational bit comes in, right? And the entertainment. But I will stress, I've got a banner going across the bottom. I am not responsible for what people say. I'm only responsible for what I say. And
like this.
Hang on a second,
we don't
Bear.
talk about it, yeah? But
hang on a second, Bear, let me finish, please.
Sorry.
Right. What Bear knows this. I've had conversations with Bear in the past over migrants, right? And I've turned around and I've sort of sat on the fence and I played devil's advocate. But I'll tell you what, when I saw these reports, right, of what's happening, my brain ticked over and I'm thinking, why am I paying for this as a taxpayer? Why is it that the government is allowed to attack the poorest of the poor and the disabled people and put more barriers in the way so they cannot claim, right, that the situation, they're getting less and they can't get over the barriers which the government have put in because they're spending too much money. Here's a thought: stop the money going directly into the pockets of these migrants. Arrange for if they need brushes, toothpaste, toilet rolls, etc., right? Then they need to go to a government supply office.
No, why don't we just treat these people as they are, which is
criminals?
No, they're criminals the minute they, regardless of what they've done in their own countries, as soon as they step into this country illegally, they have committed a crime. Like, they're criminals. Like, why are we letting these people roam around in hotels? Why are they allowed to roam around the streets and hang around outside schools? Graping. I use the word grape. Then we'll be safe. Yeah, graping schoolgirls because they're bored and got nothing better to do. And that's before we get into the whole culture and lack of respect for women, and it almost being normalized in some parts of the world, you know? This isn't okay. This isn't okay. And I heard someone the other day at the protest go that a woman had turned around and said, when she was trying to argue about everyone being there protesting, she says, it's only one child. It's not one child. It's not one child at this point. Because you can look up and down the country, and I bet you in every area you can find one. Just one, at least one story of something horrific involving an illegal migrant. Now, yes, it might be one in Manchester, might just be one in Birmingham, one in Liverpool, one in Newcastle, one in London, but isn't that like one too many, or am I kind of like missing the point? Like, at this point, I don't know how this is being classified or as a like national security breach. Like, this is a massive problem. This is a massive problem. Anyone going anywhere and landing like in any part of the world, undocumented, no one knows where they're from, what their background is, what they potentially could be guilty of in another country. That, to me, are all things that are serious, like national security risks. And then maybe I play into the media a little bit too much, who knows? But all I know is for like the last 25 years of my life at least, I've sat around and listened to people talk about, not even talk about, we've lost certain freedoms already since even 9/11. Take 9/11 when 9/11 happened, we lost loads of fucking freedoms over that. Might have all been like little small things, and we were told that like these people over here in these parts of the world, they don't like you. You are infidels, and they would like to do like the worst things to you, right? And now 25 years later, I'm listening to people, like, I'm hearing about stories of people coming from these exact countries we were warned about, and they're coming in like astronomical, like massive numbers. They're absolutely huge numbers. Like, and people go, oh, well, it's not big numbers. When you're a small little, we're not the United States, we're just not. We're a very tiny little island that you could put into your country God knows how many times. Like, our country would fit into yours. God knows how many times. And we already have 17 million people in this country. 17 million. Then you can probably add 1 point something million that are illegals in this country.
Right.
I don't know, man. Like I say, maybe I'm barking up the wrong tree, but I think it's time for people to wake up and realise that, like, if people don't start like coming together and doing it in a peaceful manner, I don't think people should be out committing violence, and because that doesn't work. All you do is destroy your own communities that you live in. What's the point? People need to start coming together, man, and looking at ways that we can kind of stand up and like say enough is enough.
Okay, just on that, I mean, Mama Bear touched on this earlier. And that is that when you go out and demonstrate against, right, something, right? It isn't the demonstrators, it isn't the protesters that are going there, right? And I've seen it on live on YouTube, right? Not on the way that it's being put across on the media, because the media's got it all arse upwards as always, right? But the people are going out demonstrating against the hotel housing immigrants, where there has been reports of kiddles. Sorry, kiddle. I can't pronounce it now. You know what I'm talking about? Children being put in harm's way, right? And nasty things happening to them.
Yeah.
Right? When people go out and protest, right?
Yes.
They're going out to protest peacefully. Yes, they shout. Yes, they use bullhorns. Yes, they have nasty things maybe put up on their, Union Jack, shall we say, right? Doesn't matter. To me, that's freedom of speech stroke expression, right? Which is a privilege. It's given to us. It's permission. Okay. But then you've got the organisers of the opposing side who allow the hooligans in, right? Who allow the people in all masked up and tooled up to go and cause trouble, right? That's in my opinion. And that's what I have seen, right? That the reason why there is so many issues with these protests is not the protesters. It's the idiots that are brought in by the people who disagree, who sit around and say all refugees, stroke asylum seekers, stroke boat people, stroke whatever you want to call them. Right?
Listen, asylum seekers, if you're seeking true asylum, yeah, you can get a plane, a legitimate plane with your legitimate sport. You can come to the UK, right? And there are provisions in place where you can then apply for asylum in this country while being here.
Yes.
Yeah?
Yeah. But I'm talking about...
They don't do that.
Yeah, but let me finish, right? What's happening is that you're getting all these to come in, right? You're allowing them in, and then you've got the protesters who are standing up in protection of children and the local communities, right? For starters. You've then got the protesters, part and parcel of this, who don't want them to be put into hotels, right? Maybe tent city organised by the government. It would work out a damn sight cheaper instead of putting them in 5-star hotels, right? For starters. But it's not the people protesting who are being called right-wing fascists, etc. I'm not right-wing. I'm certainly not a fascist. 40 years ago, I was bloody demonstrating against the right-wing, the ultra-right-wing in this country, because I didn't think they were right, and I still don't think they're right. But what I do think is right is that we need, as a country, we need to turn around to our stupid government, whoever's in power, and just say enough is enough. Let them come in, but let them come in the legal way.
Right. But they don't want to, Grim. They don't want to because they know that then doing it legitimately, they have a way of being traced back to their homelands. Yeah, and they know that half of them doing it the right way because they're not seeking asylum. Yeah, really, they would be rejected. So why are they going to do it that way when they can pay £1,500 and that's it? Everything's on tap. Land of milk and honey. Thank you very much.
Yep. Yep. Here you go. AJM remembers the miners' strike. Yes.
So I was going to say to you, Grim. Sorry, I've got to ask the question before I forget. You were saying that you used to stand up against the far right, the real far right. Yeah.
Yep.
And I admit that they definitely did exist definitely in the 70s and 80s. Yeah.
That's why I said 40,
almost
isn't
like
it?
stereotypical big Doc Martens on, bigger red laces through the Doc Martens. Yeah. Skinheads. Let's be honest. Where are they now? These people that keep getting called the far right, where are they now? Because I don't think the far right, I don't think that particular far right that once was, and I'm not saying it doesn't exist at all, but it's few and far between, and it's certainly not enough to cause any real disruption to society, our societies and our communities, right?
Well, luckily, the reason why you don't see them is that the parties have been outlawed, right? And that type of politics is more or less been eradicated. However, I'm saying that there's other organizations who are, in my opinion, getting that way involved, right? I mean, the UK Independent Party, that was close to it. The Reform Party is close to it if you actually listen to their messages and read their messages, right? I'm not saying they're wrong, because something's got to be done. But if we're going to end up with a more right-wing government in than we've ever had before, then I'm sorry, but the government has caused that problem because they haven't done what they should do.
Well,
right?
That is what it needs. It does need not far right, but it needs a right party. Labour,
right-wingish. Yeah, I agree.
Labour are liberals, and even the Conservatives, deep down, you know, if you get like right in to the core, they are also liberals. Really, they all still hold liberal values. There's nothing wrong with holding liberal values, either, by the way. But it's liberal, man. It's very liberal.
I think what you need is a balance, right? And I think that at the end of the day, I don't think that any government that has to deal with illegals coming in has that balance at the moment, because you're either going to be sitting around and saying, get out, you're not coming in, or you're going to say, okay, come in, we'll give you this, that, and the other. Oh, and if you don't get out of the hotel, we're going to stop your benefits. What? As soon as they come into into the UK, we open the doors for health treatment free of charge. We give them money on a weekly basis. We don't just put a roof over their heads. We're giving them 5-star hotels at the moment. And then the police, who are supposed to be impartial, he says, aren't impartial, right? And they're trying to enforce laws that don't exist. You know?
No, they're not right.
I mean, I've seen it over in the States. I've seen it over here. You can't, you know, and the lines of the way that they're doing it is exactly the same way over here as they did 40 years ago. The only difference is they're not linking arms yet, right? But most of the police officers have removed their IDs.
Yeah.
Now, that's a red flag, a massive red flag. I can remember when the police forces were deliberately infiltrated by the higher ups of the likes of MI6, right? And they joined the police. And what they were doing was to try and get the ringleaders so that they could prosecute them. And you know how we knew about it? They were wearing identical numbers. So you had 4 or 5 officers in a row linked with exactly the same number on.
Really?
But now they're taking the numbers off. So you can't identify them. Yet from a legal point of view, you have to be able to identify them.
I sent you 2 links in the chat, Grim, yeah? The first one. Which one is it? Is it the one that's not the UKIP one?
That's the UK PG one.
Yeah, all right. So the UKIP one.
That's it, UKIP. Thank you.
All right. So the UKIP one's no good. Not that it's no good. It's a good video to watch. But
I do want to watch it, but
it's too long. It's way too long. But I'll put another one in the chat now. Yeah. If you can play this, it's only 9 minutes long. And it's from GB News, and my experience with GB News is they definitely won't strike you, but we can pause it and talk about it if you want. But I think this is a very telling video and very good journalism as well. No other news outlets doing journalism like this right now. GB News have also managed to make contact with the people traffickers and actually met the people traffickers in person, traced them where they could be found, sent all this information over, and still they have no response from our government. Like, oh yeah, thank you for that. That's a good video. It's worth playing. It's only 9 minutes, and basically it's a guy called Patrick. I can't remember his surname. Journalist for GB News, and he goes to Calais to one of these camps. And tell me, right, again, if you were in need, if you were seeking asylum, and you're getting the opportunity to be on British TV before even getting to Britain, yeah, would it not be a great time to sell yourself, even if it's a load of shit? Like, surely you would, like, you know, please help me, I need help, yeah? The way they get,
I'm going to do. I'm just in the process of getting hold of that. But I am going to put the link in the chat for everybody so they can have a look at it. The problem I've got with it's not necessarily a problem. I don't think there is independence as people as I think they are. Because at the end of the day, they have to conform to certain regulations, even if they're on YouTube. Won't be a second. Just sort this dog out.
GB News is the best news channel you're going to find, mainstream media-wise, in this country right now. The work they're doing.
Really, Bear?
Yeah. It's unmatchable, man.
Yeah, I haven't seen you around in a long time.
Yeah, what's up, Dragon? You good?
Yeah, I'm all right, dude.
Good, man.
But,
keeping well, yeah?
Yeah.
Good.
It's hot here like a sieve.
You guys in the UK have prime ministers that's standing for the illegals.
What?
Your prime minister is not doing anything to get rid of the illegals. He says he's going to stop the boats, but he hasn't stopped them.
When he was asked about this social housing situation and where they were going to put them after the hotels, I believe, and I could be wrong, but I'm sure Keir Starmer's words were something about having enough room for his asylum seekers, or something to that effect. His asylum seekers. Like, what do you mean yours?
He's going to kick you guys out of your homes and put them in it, and you guys are going to be left homeless.
What? The heck?
It's happening.
There is not enough homes there for everybody. If there was, they wouldn't be in the hotels.
There wouldn't be any homeless people, right? Either. You've got to bear that in mind, guys. So you've got indigenous people from these lands, yeah, that could be homeless. Like you people, I try not to go down the whole, we've got homeless vets, because that's an easy one to like pull the heartstrings on people, yeah. In reality, we've got people on the streets, British people on the streets from all different type of backgrounds, from once being really wealthy and just stuff went wrong in their life and now they're at rock bottom. And you've got people that have always maybe struggled and had a hard life and for whatever reason are homeless. So you've got all, but any spaces where they're picking up illegal migrants that have just come into this country and they're giving them a roof over their head. But every single one of those people getting a roof over their head that aren't from this country, yeah, and have come here illegally, that would tell me before they stepped here, there must have been the funding to put a roof over every single British homeless person's head. You can't say there isn't, because they're managing to do it for people that are just rocking up on the shores unexpectedly, and they're giving them a roof over their head. So why have we got people that have been homeless for like years? Yeah, some people I've met in my travels have said that they've been on the streets for like 10, 15 years plus.
Really?
Yeah, I've met people
Oh
that
my
have said they've been
God,
on the
this is
streets for 10
insane.
years.
This is nuts. This is crazy. This is flat out sad how they're doing this.
It's the same thing here in the U.S. Kentucky, it's illegal to be homeless. Florida, it's illegal to be homeless. Many states, it's illegal to be homeless. Not only some places, it's illegal in counties, it's illegal in cities, but there are states now that it's illegal. Trump just signed an order that it's illegal in the United States to be homeless.
What?
Yeah.
What the hell?
So, but we got illegals in places. So,
Yep.
but we have veterans that are homeless. We have people that are homeless.
Yep.
I totally agree, and this is the problem. I mean, I used to, as I say, the way that I've looked at this is totally different, I suppose, to the way I have done now. And I tell you, it's starting to even piss me off, and that says a lot. Right, I'm just going to play a little bit of music just to break it up a little bit. And sorry to hear what's going on with your friend who's got, by the sounds of it, terminal cancer. So I do apologise that we've been going on a bit. And yeah, all right, no problem. I understand that you want a bit of music to break it up. I'm just looking for something mellow. If I can find it, I will play it. There we go. That's the one I'm after. And I've got that video, by the way. We will go through it. Okay. So just to break it up a little bit, pen and sword.
Education we defend is gonna save the world. Dreaming, reunite together, save the world. I'm reminding that the pen is greater than the sword. Remind them every time it's greater than the sword. Education we defend is gonna save the world. Dreaming, reunite together, save the world. I'm reminding that the pen is greater than the sword. Don't stop trying, we all equally God's light. Education we defend is gonna save the world. Save the world, save the world. Inshallah. Education is not just some privilege, it's a right every child deserves, is God-given. That right comes under threat, it must be defended. You don't think Allah don't see what you're doing to his children? Who's the hell accountable? Who's in charge, mister? These kids don't have nothing to do with y'all business. You should be building more schools, not prisons. They bombed us, it ain't even make the news of y'all city. He could have been a scholar, but he's a child of Gaza. Missile hit his home and crushed and killed his baba. We should be playing soccer or meeting up by our lockers. He wanted to be a doctor, but he didn't have those options. Like the pen is greater than the sword. Remind them every time it's greater than the sword. Education we defend is gonna save the world. Dream and reunite together, save the world. I'll remind them that the pen is greater than the sword. Don't stop trying, we all equally God's lives. Education we defend is gonna save the world. Save the world, save the world, inshallah. The system need to be eradicated. The attack on education has been activated. It's not random, it's intentional, it's calculated. I'll be lying if I said I wasn't aggravated. I ain't smiling cause I ain't happy. Know how many times I pray for peace and peace ain't happy. Still get on my rug and pray for peace, still got take actions. And people held responsible for actions. Until then, we gotta stay active. We need change that. Change need to be data driven, accurate, comprehensive. And since we are the victims, we deserve a voice in the day-to-day decisions. And we can dig this generation out these great. Remind them that the pen is greater than the sword. Remind them every time it's greater than the sword. Education we defend is gonna save the world. Dream and reunite, together save the world. I'll remind them that the pen is greater than the sword. Don't stop trying, we all equally God's law. Education we defend is gonna save the world. Save the world, save the world. Inshallah, system need to be eradicated. The attack on education has been activated. It's not random, it's intentional, it's calculated. I'll be lying if I said I wasn't aggravated. I ain't smiling cause I ain't happy. Know how many times I pray for peace and peace ain't happen. Still get on my rug and pray for peace, but God take actions. And people held responsible for their actions. Until then we gotta stay active. We need change, that change need to be data driven, accurate, comprehensive. And since we are the victims, we deserve a voice in day-to-day decisions. And we can dig this generation out these grave conditions. I'm reminding them that the pen is greater than the sword. Remind them every time it's greater than the sword. Education we defend is gonna save the world. Dream and reunite, together save the world. I'll remind them that the pen is greater than the sword. Don't stop trying, we all equally God's law. Education we defend is gonna save the world. Save the world, save the world. Inshallah. Remind them that the pen is greater than the sword. Remind them every time it's greater than the sword. I'll remind them that the pen is greater than the sword. Remind them every time it's greater than the sword. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'll remind them that the pen is greater than the sword. Remind them every time.
Wake up in the morning light, Mellow's feeling alright. Sunshine through the window bright, everything just feeling tight. 4:20 clock is ticking down, Mellow's ready in this town. Light it up and pass it around. Peace and love just found a sound. Grabs his paper rolls and ice, twist it up, no need for ice. Inhale deep and feel the rise. Oh, oh, eyes red but it's no surprise. Oh, 4:20 clock is ticking down, Mellow's ready in this town. Light it up and pass it around. Peace and love just found a sound. Clouds forming in the air, Mellow's without a care. Laughter fills everywhere. Feel the freedom everywhere. Feel the freedom everywhere. Afternoon fades to the night. Stars above, they shine so bright. Mellow's heart, it feels so light. Oh, oh, everything just feels so right. Afternoon fades to the night. Stars above, they shine so bright. Mellow's heart, it feels so light. Ooh, ooh, everything just feels so right. Oh, 420 clock is ticking now. Mellow's ready in this town. Light it up and pass it around. Pass it around. Peace and love just found a sound. Found a sound.
Okay. Hopefully, we've now had a chance to sort of calm down a little bit.
I just feel like it's sad, you know.
Well, I think the world's gone to crap, but that's just my own personal opinion. And I
I get it, love. Yeah.
I do apologize in advance. You haven't driven me to this, but I'm decided that because this is going so well, I think I need to have a drink. So I've got some moonshine here. So I'm gonna drink it.
You do, huh, Graham?
Yeah, allegedly, it's moonshine. Can't say for definite, but it has.
I figured you would, my friend. I figured you would.
It did come from the States, so that I can't say anything about that. It was a present. Alpero, if you're referring to myself, I'm more than happy to have a chat with you. If you're referring to myself, you're talking about BBA or Mama Bear or Dragon, just, you know, put the feelers out. You know what I mean? Right, BBA.
Yes, right.
Right, I've got this from GB. I'm going to put it on so we can have a chat, go through it. I'm hoping I don't break any T's and C's. If I get any problems, I'll be coming over to your house. And I'll be having a conversation.
I will fucking drive to GB News Studio and have it out with them face to face. How about that?
Anyway, you're right. This guy is called Patrick. I'm going to play it. Let's see what happens.
Brilliant journalism. This is what journalism is missing. This is why you guys and people, and myself included, we no longer really look to mainstream media, do we? We like these people going out with cameras, these YouTubers, because they're bringing more news these days than what the actual news brings, right?
I think it's more. It's not biased. So let's see what this is.
Here we go again. So we've just come from that camp over there. We've walked down here, and you'll be able to see that just immediately after the tree line is another encampment in here. I've not been in here before, so we'll see. Now, in terms of nationalities of people, last time I was here, in this camp, there was a lot of Sudanese people. It seems like now, I think, from what some of them have said to me, they appear to be mostly Eritrean. But we'll see what's in here. I was just trying to find a way in, really, see if we can go in and say hello to people. Significantly more ramshackle than the others. There's clothing everywhere, isn't there?
State of it.
Quite a lot of dirt around the place. Hello. See if we can talk to someone. Hello. Hello. Sorry to bother you. My name is Patrick. I do a show at GB News. Can I talk to you? It's okay, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay. Can I talk to you, please? No? Okay. Okay. Can I ask where are you from? Where are you from? We can hide your face, we can hide the face, we can hide the face, we can hide the face. Is that okay? Hey?
Not the real time we're hitting.
Okay, okay. Can I just talk to you quickly? Is that okay? Okay, all right. Okay. All right. Everything's all right. Everything's okay. Everything's okay. We just want to talk to you. That's all. That's all. We just want to say hello. We just want to say hello.
No, we are not.
Hello. Okay. All right. Okay.
We know you guys are journalists, but you need to take permission. Don't make photos.
Okay.
Please don't make photos.
All right. Please, if you okay. All right. Everything's good. Everything's okay. Everything's okay. Could I ask you where are you from? Where are you from?
Huh? No, but at the moment I can't talk with you. You know.
Oh, why?
Because you came here without permission. You know. And you are just taking.
So, with respect, me coming here without permission is quite offensive to you, isn't it?
Yeah.
So do you think that maybe coming to Britain without permission could be seen as quite offensive to some British people? You're laughing, you get it, right?
I'm just laughing at this guy. You see, the problem is you are the journalist and you are getting people are eating and you are taking video and you put that video on social media.
Okay, so why and what is the problem of putting it on YouTube? First question. And what have they got to hide? So let's see.
It's not, if you someone about.
And can I ask, why do you want to come to Britain? Why not stay in France? What's so good about Britain? What's so good? Why Britain?
Next time. Come.
Why are you laughing? What is it? There's some joke here that we're not in on the joke, right? What is the joke? What about Britain?
Next time.
You in Britain?
Maybe tomorrow. Okay, maybe tomorrow or next tomorrow.
Maybe tomorrow, exactly. Yeah, maybe tomorrow. Yeah. All right, take care.
You go there, you have to ask permission first.
Okay, all right. Can I ask, is it expensive to cross the channel? Does it cost money?
And you see your friend is taking videos now. We are saying.
Does it cost a lot of money to cross the channel? Are you worried about our Prime Minister this week said that if you come across the channel, he'll deport you. Are you worried about that?
Okay, it's okay, my friend. Maybe next time.
Okay, take care. Bye-bye. 2, 1. We've just walked down the road from the other two camps that we've shown you. Now, yesterday at this exact location here was where we met one of the human traffickers. So they are operating from within these camps. We know that, we've shown that. But I wanted to show you something else, really, which is just, again, the scale of it and how many people there are and how it operates. So in that woodland here, there's another entire camp. All of these trees here are encampments. And this is the bit that they call
naughty, man.
The bazaar. So they say...
What was that, Bear?
I'm saying just the whole thing's naughty. It's
well, this was put out 3 days ago. It's the first time I've had a chance to watch it, but I will say a few things as some post. Firstly, remember you don't need permission. These guys don't need permission to come over. Notice it's mainly groups of men that are there, and I hadn't realised the extent of these camps that are set up either. And the biggest joke I heard was the British Prime Minister has said, if you come in by boat, we'll deport you. Not seen it yet. So if you're going to say something, follow it through with something, please. For crying out loud.
Just before we carry on with the video, yeah?
Yeah.
So like, Patrick there, he made a point of pointing out when they said it, yeah? Like basically they found it offensive. Like you're not you haven't been welcomed here. You just come here without permission. How dare they say that when they're about to illegally enter a country without permission? And then, like, you would have to look into other videos. Yeah, they might not seem so bad at the minute, but where they're all getting funny about a camera. I watched a vlogger the other day, just changing conversation slightly, but on the same. I watched a vlogger the other day that like does backpacking and goes to different countries, etc. Yeah, and in France, he was absolutely abused and threatened for basically like using a camera. These people don't want to be on camera. There's a reason they don't want to be on camera, and it's more than being camera shy. They are probably wanted for some very serious crimes in their own country.
Yeah, and if we find out about it, then. But El Perro, I'm not sure whether you're just trying to wind me up or others up, but you know, all things are made by him, and without him, was not anything made that was made. Okay. But you did make it a point regarding the fact that some people question, because we are all in one creation. What's an illegal immigrant? Well, that's one that doesn't have permission to enter someone's country, right? It doesn't matter where you are in the world, they are illegal, and they then become illegal aliens, as it's said over in the States, or illegal immigrants over here. Now, as I said earlier, you may have missed it, I have no problem with anybody coming into the UK or going into any country legally. No problem whatsoever, right? I do object to these little darling people thinking that they can come across in little boats from France and do what the British set up many, many years ago, and that was when they when we invaded France, so to speak, on D-Day, when we used little boats to go and protect them, right? To take back France, and that helped win the war. I think that was the Normandy landings. So, yeah, all right, no problem. I understand where you're coming from. But that's the way it goes. Mama Bear's had to drop off. She's got an important phone call. I was aware of it, so not an issue. So it's just you and me, Bear, for the time being, because Dragon's had to go off as well. So let's continue this, because, as I say, it's the first time I've watched this, and I actually find it very interesting.
This is like their kind of shop, I suppose you could say, and you'll be able to see that there are people cooking, there's little stalls there where you can buy things. And just look at this, because last time we were here was about 2 months ago, okay? And you would have thought, you know, we're supposedly slushing the boats in the water, we are stopping the Germans from keeping hold of the boats, that's illegal now, all of that stuff. But despite all of this camp has grown in size. There are so many more people here than the last time I was here. So many more. Hello, how are you? What country are you from? Quick talk. What country are you from? No? Okay, fine. And little shops there. If we have a look at this row of people here, hard to say, probably 50 or 60 maybe. That's the equivalent of maybe one boat of people. And there's another group just behind there and everything.
Where's the women and children?
So, hello, how are you? You okay?
They left them behind because they didn't want them to come on holiday.
Can I talk to you quickly, please? No? Fine. Oh, well. Let's keep going, because, look, we get it, right? The camp has grown significantly in size. Whatever deterrent that they're saying that there is clearly not working, is it? So we'll come on down here as well. And, hello. This is the bazaar where, yeah, you can see people cooking and eating and all of that. Hello. Bit of music on the go. Hello. How are you? Can I talk to you quickly? No? Fine. Hey guys, how are you? Hello. Hello. Fine. Can I talk to you with no camera? No. No. Fine. Okay. Fine. All right. Yeah. All right. How's it going? All right. Hello. Are you going to make across the channel? You go across the channel? In a boat? Hello, how are you? You okay? Kurdish. You're from Kurdistan. Can I ask, are you worried about crossing the channel? Are you worried? No. Okay. All right, well, I obviously don't particularly want to talk. All right. So they make a bit of noise. All right, we're going to have to get out of here. We just had glass bottles thrown at us. So that's that. Okay. Well, yeah, we just had a glass bottles thrown at us, and I think it's probably best if we get out of here. But what we'll do is we're going to get in the car. We're going to get in the car, and we're going to drive up. All right. Oh, a minute, I think. Okay. All right. Well. Right, well, what we're going to do now is they are throwing things out the car as we speak. Yeah, we're being pelted by stuff. Get a move on. All right. Well, now as we get out of here is, again, look, camp's all in there. And this is the road where you can just very easily get to the beach. Keep going. We'll keep going if we can, please. And you'll be able to, easy it would be to just stay in those camps for as long as you want and then make that journey over to Britain. We're here now at a French police station, just about a mile or so away from where I've been meeting the human traffickers. As you've seen, we've met up personally with 3 of them. I also have the personal information of several others, which is all here in a document, along with the pictures of some of the human traffickers that we met up with today. What I'm going to do is that I'm going to try to hand all of this information over to the French police, so hopefully they can go just the mile down the road, get hold of these people and stop them from helping people break into Britain. Let's see if we have more luck with the French authorities than we've had with the Brits. Well, we've handed everything over to the French police. They've made copies of all of this. They've said that they're going to investigate it. They were actually quite grateful. They said, thank you for bringing this to us all. I mean, the problem here is massive, clearly. So they genuinely were quite grateful that we'd helped them out a bit by providing all of that information. But, well, it's over to them now. We'll have to wait and see, won't we? All right, well.
So he's handed over the information to the French authorities, and of course they're going to do everything they can do and go in the opposite direction. Allegedly.
Where's the women and children? Did you see one woman there or one child? It might have been a woman, but did you see any children?
The issue that I have is, as I said, well, I was joking when I said they left them at home while they go on holiday. There are few and far between that come over, and if I go back a couple of years, and I was having a conversation with Mellows, and he said to me that if you actually look at it, they're all of a certain age, the majority of them.
Yeah.
And they're all between the ages of 20 odd up to about 30. And it's an invasion of military trained personnel.
Which they could be, right?
And they're it's a way of infiltrating.
Which they could be, right? Like it wouldn't literally be unreasonable to think or you know, at least just think about it, that these people could be, you know, again, when you're coming from places like Afghanistan, Sudan, Syria, you're telling me that none of these people could be walking straight out of a terrorist organization, walking into this country with nefarious
Goals.
Intentions, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. A couple of comments which I want to read out. First of all is El Perro. Remember, they said you must ask permission first. They wouldn't do that even one First Amendment auditor. Yeah, I mean, you don't need permission to film. As it's pointed out by Vanish, I can film what my eyes can see. You see, the problem, bear in mind, is that film was in Calais, right? Over in France. That's where the boats are coming from, right? Those encampments are what the individuals are paid £1,000 plus, right? Or 1,500, I think you mentioned earlier on there, which is roughly around about $1,700, right? To get in a little boat and travel across the English Channel. Now, I can remember thinking wrongly that the only people who ever went in little boats was the armed forces, as I said earlier, and they went over to invade Normandy to help win the Second World War because France had been invaded and they had loads of Germans occupying them, right? Now it's the other way round. Now it appears that there is, quote unquote, allegedly, a small army coming over on a regular basis in each of these boats. And I can see where we are, as a country, are allowing them to assimilate into our communities. And do you know what? As I said, I'm not left wing, I'm not right wing. I just call it how I see it. And my opinion has changed. And I think I'm starting now to, if you like, understand more why we should stop them, right? Or why we should be turning them back. Now, there's been a couple which have been put in the news, which where we've seen people turned away allegedly, right? They probably sailed a little bit further down and then hopped over, right? Now, you can't go anywhere now. You're not allowed to book into a hotel, or well, you are, but when you get there, you might be turned away because it's been taken over. All right. There's a lot of hotels in the last 2 years or so where they've just shut them down. Now, I can remember BBA going out in his local area filming, right, and having conversations with the so-called security guards. Some of them have been nice, some of them have been right toe rags, want of a better expression on YouTube. But at the end of the day, I always supported BBA for what he was doing and the right to film in public. I would love to go and film these wonderful people, right? And when I go over to see a friend of mine at the end of next month, I will be going and I will be doing some filming because I want to see what it's like. I want to see whether or not people are prepared to admit you can film in public, or whether it's all top secret and the police get in the way, etc. And I've seen so many issues down in London where a stupid copper turned around to, I think it was AY Audits, who turned around and said, "You're trespassing on their property. I'm telling you to leave." And he quite rightly turned around and said, "Well, when the owner of the land tells me, I'll consider it." Because they can't, the police are trying, they don't know what to do. They haven't got what they want, and they're trying to enforce what they think is right to disperse crowds. And I've seen the way that they've herded people, and some of their tactics hasn't changed in 40 years. with dealing with protesters. You know, as I said before, I can remember the time when the unions had some bite and they actually forced the government to change hands because the people stood up, and the people did that through the unions because the unions were strong enough. And our unions aren't like your unions over in the States. You know, they actually do defend for the rights of the workers.
I don't know.
Or the majority of them do.
I think the unions these days are half the problem.
Yeah, without unions, you wouldn't have certain things enforced, right, on people who are working, and they have to have their rights enforced against. But that's another subject which I'll love to get into with you, not another time, Bear. Right? And maybe we can have a conversation around what the role of the union is in the workplace. But I'm talking about the way that people came together. And what I am seeing is people, ordinary people, starting to stand up, starting to say enough is enough. And with the right support, we just might win this battle. There's a long way to go, you know, and you know, the Supreme Court, just on a sidetrack, they made a ruling on men's spaces, women's spaces. In other words, they turned around and said, it depends on what your biological sex was, unless you've got a certification which says you've been allowed to change from one to another, right? That is causing mayhem. And now the Supreme Court did something else as well. All these bank loans that were given out for cars in the past, they turned around and said most of them were illegal and people have the right to claim. Our wonderful government over here wants to introduce a law and backdate it so that no one can claim. And that's how our governments work. They invent laws and say, we've said it, we've passed it, therefore it goes. So how long before our wonderful government here passes a law to make it illegal to demonstrate? Because they're frightened. Because they're frightened of the people standing up and uniting with a united purpose for the first time in years, 40 years or so. And it could topple the government. And if that happens, the Reform Party is going to get in because everyone will vote for them. So if you don't want more right wing to come in, then you've got to do something which is right wing and stop them from coming in and deport them. In my opinion,
more right wing coming in. We ain't got no right wing.
I'm talking about the legitimate third party over here.
I know, but you just said if you don't want any more far, we ain't got no far right.
No, we haven't. We've got a two-party state system, really.
Yeah, but liberal.
But that's why I said they need to be more right wing. They need to get some backbone because they haven't got a backbone. Neither the Labour Party or the Conservatives. And I read something today about is it Michael Corbyn, who set up a leftist, ultra-left Labour Party. Like, we don't need that.
Yeah, like that. That makes me laugh, right? Imagine if I turned around and said tomorrow, I'm starting a far-right party. Could you imagine the fucking shit I would get? Yeah?
Yes.
And I'd get closed down very quickly. So why on earth do people think it's okay to go, we're allowed to have a far left, though? Because no offence, but the far left, in my opinion, and actually not just in my opinion, from what I've witnessed with my own eyes and experienced, these far left loonies are far more dangerous than any so-called far right that they talk about. And I mean that as well. I'm not just saying that because I hold right values. At this point, I feel like the far left are domestic terrorists.
Okay, I'm going to cover that in a second because there's something which came out on a video that I saw. Another live, and again, it was AY Audits. He's doing a fantastic job, in my opinion, of reporting and showing how it's happened, what happens, and how it happens live, right? They came up with, or a member of the public came up with, the Socialist Workers' Party being one of the main organisers of the left-wing protests. A little bit of unknown facts or facts. The Socialist Workers' Party has been going for around about 50 years over here in the UK. They were formed on Trotsky's platform, right? Who was a Russian, you know, and he ended up with an ice pick.
They're communists, aren't they?
They are. Well, no, hang on. Let me rephrase this, right? When they first appeared, they were using Trotsky's idealism as a platform to launch in the UK, right? And they brought out the Socialist Workers' Party news rag, right? And it was full of left-wing bias. That's all I'll say. However, being younger back in the days, right, and I still have this, that I do believe in equality. Not equality for some and less equality for others. I do actually believe in equality, right? I believe in equality for females and for males.
No such thing.
There won't be.
No, there isn't no such thing.
It's an ideal. It's utopia. It's an idea. It'll never actually happen anywhere in the world.
Everyone should have the same human rights. I agree with that. But other than that, that's where we stop on equality for me.
Well, I'm sorry, but many years ago, you had the suffragettes who chained themselves to railings and various things so that the women could have the right to vote. Right? A lot of that worked, right? We've now got equal votes, okay? Men and women, it's not all that bullshit is over with, right? We've now got a serious problem, folks, that we now are allowing the idea of in-betweenies to get in the way of so-called equality, right? I work for a company that has a policy, internal policy of everyone is included. Doesn't matter what side of the fence you're on, etc., whether you're back for one side or the other, whether you're in a revolving door or whatever, you are equal. I have no issues with that. It's the workplace. And I agree that everybody in the workplace should be equal and have exactly the same rights as everybody else while in the workplace. I do have a problem with men going into women's toilets and women going into men's toilets. I also have a problem with them turning around and saying, hey, we don't need to worry about this because they can all go in the disabled. No, I disagree. Disabled, accessible toilets are for people with disabilities. They're not for those who are in between or move from one to another.
Technically, those people do have a mental disability. So, I mean, they are borderline disabled.
No, legally, they don't. Let's face it, legally, they don't. And that's what I go by, right? Until such time as we actually recognize that as a mental health issue that should be locked away, out of the way, right? Then, forget it. Right, I don't agree with trans being invited into sports. A man or a woman who's transferred over going into one or the other. That's unfair. That is not sports.
But therefore, there's a good example of the fact that women and men, they're not equal, are they?
No, they're not, because they have different strengths. Right? And I'm not talking about physical strength. Right? We all know that women can multitask better than men, which means that they can talk and wash the dishes at the same time. No, I'm only joking. Right? Seriously, a lot of women that I work with know systems, etc., where I work far better than I do, and the same with men, right? Because I haven't done that particular job, right? However, how many females go down the mines that are still open over here, right, compared to the number of men, right? Vanis says women deal with emotions, men deal with logic. No, they don't. You can have logical emotions, or is it justifiable? Usually once a month, allegedly. But all jokes aside, right? Equality is one thing, right? In allowing people to take over is another. And I do believe that because of the way that Britain, I can't really speak for the US, but certainly for Britain, right? We have invited this mess because we haven't been strong enough in the past. And I regret not seeing this sooner, right? But now I can turn around and say, hang on, enough is enough. We've got to do something about this because it is costing us,
have you heard that saying,
more money.
Have you heard that saying that it's like good to help others and that, yeah? And always be thinking about others, but you have to be careful with that because, like, you also shouldn't forget about yourself.
Yes.
Well, that's where I feel like we've like for many years now, we've sat around trying to appease other people and make sure everybody's equal. That in doing that, we've kind of like forgot about ourselves as a nation. Tried to help everybody else and do this and do that, and we accept this person. And
do you know when it's Bear? Do you know when it started? Right, probably before you were born. Right, back in the early 80s. Late 70s, that's when it started. That's when we screwed around and we introduced things like political correctness, right? When we turned around and we said, no one can say hurty jokes about other people. You're not allowed to, right? That's what happened, right?
Like that. Yeah. It's in an era where words are now like, you know.
I'm not allowed to. I can't say jokes the way I used to, right? Because I'm not allowed to say certain things, right? Even if someone I'm talking to isn't offended, the fact that someone could have heard me means that I could offend them. Could, but they didn't. They didn't hear it, so how can they be offended? Right? I've got to be so careful all the time. Right? I came onto YouTube and I didn't know what the ropes were on YouTube. I've learned it as I gone along. And eventually I read the terms and conditions. I thought, what the hell? This is an American company which has got freedom of speech, etc. in their country, but they're saying we can't do this, we can't do that. I had a tick sheet of what I can't say. And a tick sheet what I could say. Guess which one was longer? Speaks volumes. So I have to be very, very careful of what I say. You know, Sean makes a point of saying a part of every law we seem to have forgotten is the word intent. Right? Yes, I agree. But that's not the way your workplace sees it. It's not the way that the public sees it anymore. It's not the way that the government or the judiciary sees it. Right? It's just the way it is. unfortunately now, and we've allowed it. This is why we have this problem with illegal migrants, is that we have allowed it in the past. We didn't stop it. And now it is so bad, right? There is no place to house these people. And they talk about social housing. I'm sorry, but people who are in private property need social housing. People who are disabled need to be able to have the adaptations made to their property, or to be allowed to move into a property that is more suitable for them if they can't have the adjustments. Not allowed anymore. Why? Because the money is no longer available.
Because fucking Mohammed, Abdul, and all his cousins have fucking got them instead. If you think that this isn't organised as well, like, don't get me wrong, there's somebody, you know, there's someone doing this all by design, but I mean, like, the migrants themselves, yeah, like, they're literally laughing at us, yeah. Imagine me being a migrant, a legal migrant, and wanting to come in knowing I'm going to get, like, everything on tap. And I can take you through some of the things they do get as well. Like you mentioned the £50 a week. Then that's not to mention the free kickboxing lessons, the people being trained to be nightclub DJs. Men, undocumented men where we don't want them from, we're going to go and put them in our nightclubs after training them to be DJs. Also, we are paying for them to have a driving license and driving test. Like, no offense, but I've not long done that. And it ain't cheap. Yeah?
No, I know.
And it's not guaranteed either. So for some, it can end up being a really expensive game. And that's even for people that work, by the way. Like, you can be working and like, it's not cheap. But these people are just getting it for free. Now, sorry, but you know, driving's almost like, some will say it's a necessity. I still say it's what it should have been, or what it was originally, and that's a luxury. Well, driving is a luxury. If you can afford to drive, it's a luxury, man. Yes, you don't have to use other sources of transport.
It works out in a lot of cases cheaper, so therefore it becomes an essential from that point of view.
It's a luxury.
But the type of car you have is a luxury, right? I've worked damned hard over my life for a little bit of luxury when I drive, and that's what I've got, right? But that's my choice. You know?
No one should be having this shit paid for them, though, man. Like, I'm just going to go to another country. I'm going to go to fucking Baghdad tomorrow in Iraq, yeah? And I want a 4 or 5 star hotel, yeah? I want money put on a card for me. I want someone to pay for my Iraqi driving license, if there is such a thing. Right? I want kickboxing lessons. I want a free gym membership. I want a free electric bike. I want to be able to work illegally for a Uber Eats or something like that.
Yes.
All these things, not okay, man. Not okay.
Big G, if you want to come up, anybody else wants to come up, you can do. The link is pinned at the top, because I know a lot of people can't or won't scroll upwards, but certainly by all means, you want to come up. Big G, you are insulting John Major.
I was thinking,
but you said that before, and you said it was Sean, so there's an insult to me. I'm nothing like Sean. Anyway, Big G, welcome. And everybody else.
On a brighter note, nuclear war hasn't started yet, so I mean, look on the positive side, you know.
Not far off it.
I'm saying.
Listen, they're talking about two things now. Just changing slightly, and
get off the my group thing, man. They're all a fucking bunch of parasites.
Before we move on, I play a little bit of music. Think about this one for a second, right? our wonderful government now wants to lower the voting age to 16. Now, some people say that's so they can get more votes.
Of course,
Right? More.
It's a fact that the younger generation, from the ages of say 16 up until I would say even 30 these days, early 30s, people are very left leaning because of all the indoctrination. They're already left leaning by that age. So of course,
we are assimilated from birth. But what I do want to say is there's another reason. They want to bring in mandatory conscription, and they can't do that for children. And I say children because, in my opinion, anyone under the age of 18 falls into that category, right? They want to be able to put them into the armed forces. So, in other words, if you haven't got a job within X number of months of you leaving school, we're going to put you in the Army, the Navy, or the Air Force, and you will do 3 years minimum.
Yeah, that's not a bad thing. Like, the only thing I would say, like, because I'm kind of for that, right? I really am. I think, like, that kind of, like, regimented training. Yeah, maybe good discipline for anyone, yeah.
Okay, so, all right.
But hang on, can I just give you my but? But my massive problem is, like, let's say one of my children wanted to go in the army. I'd want to be fully supportive of that, yeah, because like, there's a lot of things you can get out of the military, and then go on, like, you know, just do even 1 term, for instance, and then come out and you've got loads of stuff behind you, man. You might have seen a little bit of the world, but it is a big but. Every fucking war we go into are world leaders' wars. They're not our wars. They're not our wars.
Oh, no, there hasn't been a war that I would say was right since 1939, to be honest, right? And the only reason why I say that is that the reason why I say that the Second World War was justified is that I didn't want to be answerable to fascists, right?
Yeah.
So from that perspective, I agree that was the right thing to do. Maybe people who break the law should be told that they've got to go into the army instead of going to prison, or instead of having to pay a big fine. Maybe that's the way, right? Maybe. And that will take a lot of the petty criminals, etc., and some of the bigger ones, hopefully, off the streets. Because if you know that if you're going to go and serve for 3 years and be disciplined properly, right? To me, that's not a bad thing. That can only be a good thing. But then there's the argument, oh, you're training them to be part of the army, part of the military. You're giving them ammunition, you're giving them this, that, and the other thing. You can use that at a later date. No, that's not how it works, because although I don't agree necessarily with forced conscription in any way, and I think it should be the individual's choice. I think if you're going to be breaking the law, then you've got no choice. And it'll sort these lefties out, by the way. But that's
I don't know. Like I say, I like the idea of the army. I really do. It's one thing I'd have loved to have done, but
right. If anybody wants to come up in the next couple of minutes, I do apologise, but my glass is empty and I need another one. So for those who haven't heard this before, there might be a few people. Do you remember, Bear, ever watching Bambi, the cartoon from Walt Disney?
I was about to say, I've had a few birds walking like Bambi.
What?
I do. Yeah. Go
on. You like those? Okay. So That film never ever explained who killed Bambi's mother. Right? It was just a hunter. Well, here's the truth.
A shadow moved through the silent tree. A whisper carried on the evening breeze. Not a hero, not a saint, just a reaper unseen. I held the rifle, it held me back. In the stillness, there's no turning track. Grim the hunter, who's the mother dear prey. Do you see the blood of the grave? He took the shot, taking my aim. The forest weeps, it knows my name. The reaper was cold, the sky was red. A mother fell, a child fled, and the tree stood frozen. The deer filled with lead. They paint me cruel, they paint me wild, but I still hear the cries of the orphan child. No trophies hang, just pride displayed. Just a shadow walking in the shade. Grim the hunter, who's the mother dear prey. Do you see the blood of the grave? He took the shot, taking my aim. The forest weeps, it knows my name.
No way. I've seen it on.
Grim the hunter, who's the mother dear prey. Do you see the blood of the grave? He took the shot, taking my aim. The forest weeps, it knows my name.
So now you know the truth. And do you know what's funny? It's Bambi, who that song was dedicated to, popped in at the right stroke wrong time. So now you know what happened to Bambi's mother. Oh, well. Did you like that one, Bear?
Well, I'm no Big G did. He was definitely you know, why do you think he hasn't commented in a few? I'll leave it there.
Mellows.
Let's just say Big G's got a bit of a fetish for deers.
Oh, maybe he's upset with me then. I don't know. I'll have to do one around doe, a deer, a big G fear, something like that. Mellows is in the building, guys, on the audits. Good to see you. Thanks for being awake. If you want to come up, the link is pinned.
Welcome to the world. You just woke up.
Whoa, wait a minute. You're right.
You haven't woke up. You haven't woke up, Mellows, and this is all a dream. We're not really sat here live and direct.
You're right. You know, I'm only taking the mickey. Yeah, see, evidence showed up, said hello, and you'll bugger off now. You'll go back to sleep.
Yeah. It was all a dream.
Yeah. Oh, shit. Grim was on it.
Magazine.
Grim's on, and he's done it again. He's gone over 2 hours. Fucking hell. I put too much moonshine in that one, by the way. He drunk as a skunk shortly.
Moonshine.
Yeah, moonshine. It was sent over from the US. It is proper moonshine, bottle of it. It's like paint stripper. You just got to get it right. What's this? You think I put him to sleep? Okay. Do that quite often.
I think you put him to... Oh, here he is. Now he's all cleaned up.
Yeah, I know you're gaming. Yeah, you're probably safer in that chat.
Be careful of Big G, Bambi. Be careful of him. He's...
Well, yeah.
What's the word I'm looking for?
I'm trying to think where he's from. He keeps saying he's from somewhere. No, Bradford, is it?
Bradford.
Yeah, allegedly. I think they threw him out, personally.
He said the real heart of Yorkshire.
Yeah, wasn't that where all the mines were?
In Yorkshire? There were a lot in just North in general.
I don't know whether you remember the days of Arthur Scargill, but that's where he was based, in Yorkshire. Then you'll all have dead deer everywhere from starvation. That's why they have seasons. I'll tell you what, right? You're right. What's this he's saying? What's this new game you were on about yesterday, BBA? Hand what?
He's trying to... He's talking shit, mate.
Was it called handball?
I was talking about a game, but I was on about somebody else who was playing that game. The way he's come in and said that makes it sound like I just started going on about some like game.
Yeah,
It weren't quite like that, but yeah. Gee, you tell us you got it fucking downloaded.
Oh, fucking hell, he's from York. Next time I go to York, I must remember not to tell him. I've not been up for a while. Well, certainly not.
Who goes to York?
I've been to York on a regular basis. Until
What's
I met
in New York?
Not a lot. The Vikings.
I don't think the Vikings are alive anymore, mate, somehow.
No, they're in the museum. They got this wall. I'm not joking. Part of this wall is at street level. How the fuck is that a wall? I can walk over it.
Will he grace us with his present?
York has only just got roads and electricity. Actually, got very straight roads. They're still the ones that the Romans built. They haven't been tarmacked. Very bumpy.
The
And
best roads
electricity.
for the Roman roads.
Well, at least they didn't have any bends in them. You know, they were straight.
Yeah.
There's a joke there somewhere. Only the intelligent people will get it.
Wow.
So Bear's got no chance.
I can see a couple of woofters in the chat.
Well, I can see a few which swing both ways, allegedly.
I don't know about both ways, but...
Oh, right. Is that what you're saying? Okay, fair enough. Right. Right. I've got a question for you. Have you ever in your life become very friendly with someone on a personal level, not that personal, or maybe, and then they suddenly let you down? One way or another, they've done something, they stabbed you in the back or whatever, you know.
I think if you asked everyone that question, everyone would say yes.
Okay, so what is the best way to deal with them? Listen to this, folks.
I built a house with trust and glue, walls so thick no lies broke through. But you brought a wrecking ball, didn't you? You wore a mask I couldn't see through, smiles like gold but hearts like glue. I trusted you, I trusted you. But cracks don't lie, they creep and spread. Your words were sugar, your actions lead. I never thought you'd turn your back like that. I never thought you'd be the knife in my back. Fuck off now, fuck off now, I'm done with you. We built a bridge, you burned it fast. Time I trust, then lit the match. Lies on repeat, lies on repeat. I never thought you'd turn your back like that. I never thought you'd be the knife in my back. Fuck off now, fuck off now, I'm done. You're a ghost in the rearview mirror, a fading shadow, nothing clearer. I'm screaming loud, screaming loud. I don't need you here, shattered glass. Your words like knives. I guess you never meant to keep me alive, so fuck off. Yeah, I said it out loud to the ones I love, the ones I love. You let me down, let me drown, let me know it's time to let go. Time to let go. Your promises were paper thin, folded neatly then thrown to the wind. I never thought you'd be where betrayal begins. So fuck off! Yeah, I said it out loud to the ones I love, the ones I allowed. You let me down, let me drown, let me know it's time to let go. Time to let go. Cracks in the mirror show who you are. I see the truth now. You're no star, burned out, faded, left us go.
So that was too noisy for the old age git, Big G.
No, it was alright actually. I quite like that. To be
It's a lot
fair.
of noise. Fucking hell.
I wouldn't have loved that.
Yeah, that goes out really to somebody who really pissed me off. They know who it is. Not my problem anymore, you know. So, what? I'm trying to lighten the mood a little bit. It's very difficult with Big G in the chat, you know what I mean?
Ah, he's a fucking miserable old bastard, mate.
Yeah, I mean, even if he came up, he would be miserable.
That
Sorry.
happens when you're a Man United fan in the.
Oh, I didn't know that he was ill. Is that
Ill?
terminal? Yeah, being a Man United fan.
Oh yeah, I know, right?
From York. Let me think. So he's obviously. I mean, I've been to Old Trafford, the real Old Trafford. I watched the Test match there, and I've watched Lancashire versus Yorkshire a few times. Oh God, Oasis and Stone Roses. Jesus, you don't know music, do you? At all. Oh, God, is that you?
I like Beethoven.
What, to roll over? Rollo a bit open. What's this? Mental issues are no laughing matter. You're right, Inferno. I shouldn't take the piss out of United supporters. I could get banned. See what I mean about jokes? So if he didn't like that, let me think of something which he might like. Yeah, I think he might.
He won't. I found about it all.
Well, he might like this one. When I put this together, I've got to admit, Bear, I did have you in mind.
Flashing lights in my rear view glow. Heart beats fast, but I drive real slow. Window down, feels like a show. Step out the car, so where you going tonight? Hands in the air, keep it all inside. Police, stop my car. Pulled me out, being disabled real far. Now I'm on the floor, saying don't resist or you will get more. Police, stop my car. Well, I say my name like it's my defense. They size me up through the wire fence. Feels like a crime, but it's just suspense. Sir, is this your ride? You sure you're clean? Questions stack up like a movie scene. Police, stop my car. Pulled me out, being disabled real far. Now I'm on the floor, saying don't resist or you will get more. Police, stop my car. Flashing lights, they cut the night. Shadows stretch in the pale moonlight. A voice says stop, you ain't going far. Out the car, step to the side. Heartbeats drum, no place to hide. Police, stop my car. Pull me out, being disabled real far. Now I'm on the floor, saying don't resist or you will get more. Police, stop my car. Show me your papers, the man demands. Show me your papers, empty hands. The wheel's still warm where my fingers sand. Show me your papers, what's up with that? The street's so quiet, the crickets hum. I say, hey officer, what's the sum? He stares me down like a loaded gun. The wind blows sharp, whispers in trees. Breath so loud it drowns my plea. Police, stop my car. Pull me out, being disabled real far. Now I'm on the floor, saying don't resist or you will get more. Police, stop my car. Show me your papers, he repeats slow. Show me your papers, where do I go? The night just laughs at the mess I'm in. Show me your papers, let's begin.
It might sound American, it might look American, but the number of times that Bear was filmed there driving his car, or sorry, trying to park or falling over or whatever, you know. But that police car was British. I'm trying to, I mean, really? Too American in a good way. I didn't think it was actually too American personally, but maybe it's because I've been there. Right. Did you like that one, Bear?
Yeah, man. So
Oh,
I'm,
very
just,
good.
I'm just stuffing my face with them.
Oh, right. Oh, what? You've been in the fridge again?
Freezer.
Freezer. Oh, right. Okay. What, you eat frozen food now? Bloody hell.
Ice cream.
Oh, do you? I don't.
Yeah. Mars.
See,
Mars
that went
bar.
straight. See what I mean about intelligent people, folks? That one went straight over his head. It was a 747, that. Maybe an Atlantis bus, but, you know. Yeah, are you another one who screams as well? So, anyway, Bear, what have you been up to just recently, by the way? Because I saw one of your videos recently. Have you brought part 2 and 3 out yet?
And I ended up being 2-part, and I put the other one out yesterday.
Oh, I need to catch that one. If you haven't watched it, head over to BBA's channel. He needs to people to watch it. You know, what's this? Cop cornettos. Yeah, I like it. See, people get into the swing of things. People realize I'm only taking the mickey one way or another. Hey, Bear, seriously, you've got kids going to school, haven't you?
Mm-hmm.
Right. I'm not going to ask their ages or anything, but have you heard of this new rules that they have in certain areas or certain schools now? If the child does not go into in uniform to school, they are excluded from classes, regardless of taking into account that the parents are on a low income, right, and they can't afford to buy school uniform. So they punish the child. Have you heard that? Just out of curiosity. You can hear the cogs going. So while he thinks about that, folks, a little ditty for you. Totally different.
Threads of hope stitched with despair, empty pockets, hearts laid bare, little hands clutch, dreams so tight, behind the gates, out of sight. What's the price?
with empty seats, a future caused by defeat. The hope can rise from shattered ground, a louder call, a fairer sound.
Divided the UK for a long, long time. Me.
Hello, mate.
I knew it had to be you. Hello, Mellows. You awake?
Oh, only just.
Only just. Yeah, that it is actually what's happened at school in the UK. The headmaster or headmistress or whatever they were, the head of the idiot of the school, refused to allow a child into school until such time as they had uniform, and because the parents couldn't be contacted, they were told to sit outside of reception all day, just because the parents, who were on very low income, couldn't afford to buy all of the kit that the school says you have to have. I have a question. Does it matter what they wear so long as they're in school learning? So yeah, Bear, you're muted just for a change. So Mellows, you've missed a lot. You know, we've covered quite a lot.
I'm glad.
Mama Bear was in. She disappeared. We've had Bear in quite a lot of the time. We had Dragon in. AGM has been doing what he usually does. Big G has tried to be intelligent. Didn't quite work because I've since found out he's a United supporter and he lives in York. So there's something missing there somewhere. We've got Inferno in there.
Fetish for deers.
And yeah, he's got a fetish for those. Apparently he's really upset with me because I shot Babby's mother. But yeah. So AJM says, that's fucking outrageous about school uniforms. I agree totally, which is a reason why when I saw it, I thought that needs to be highlighted. You know, how the hell can a school turn around and say, if you don't wear school uniform, you are going to be excluded? I can understand if they had the uniform and they decided not to.
Oh yeah, you've got to wear the uniform. You've got to wear a school uniform.
Yeah, but the parents can't afford to buy it. Why should the child be excluded from lessons?
How can anyone not afford a fucking school uniform?
Quite easily. Those who don't work, people who are disabled and they've got a child in school.
Job then and fucking pay for your child to get a fucking uniform.
If they can get a job. You do realise that we currently have the highest unemployment rate for the last 20 years.
Don't they give you money to bring up your kid?
No.
They can
don't.
You get money for a child, don't you?
Yeah, you get enough money to feed the child.
No, you get you get child benefit. Yeah. That child benefit is not a lot. It amounts to about 20 quid a week, maybe a little bit more these days.
You can get bursary from the schools.
You can, yeah, I agree. But the thing is, not everybody can afford it. And this is, to me,
I'm sure, don't they even get it at a lower rate? Isn't the school uniform cheaper for those on benefit?
No, because they have to go to...
And I don't mean like, obviously, like your average trousers and stuff you buy, but if it's like a blazer or anything with the school crest on, I'm sure you'll find that a lot of schools... there's things in place to help people with that. There's no reason for your kid this day and age not to be in a fucking school uniform, man. You want to be asking what's going on at home if that's the case.
Okay, I've got a question for you. What's more important, buying a blazer at 50 quid, right? Even subsidised, let's say it's 30 quid, or putting food in or on the table, or having heating, lighting, etc. What's more important?
Well, if you're on, so are we talking about someone that doesn't work or someone that does?
No, somebody who does work.
Someone that does work.
Yeah.
What, and they still can't afford to put a
If you've got-
uniform on their kid's
If
back.
you've got one,
I'd be
you've got-
even more concerned about what's going on
if,
at home.
hang on, if you've got one parent working only, or you're a single parent working, right? Even with any top-ups that you're allowed to get through tax credits, etc., right? If you haven't got enough money because of the rent that you pay because you're in private accommodation, or even if you're in social housing, council housing, etc., you still got, because you're above the threshold, you still got all the bills to pay, including council tax, etc. Right? This particular situation was down to a parent who literally could not afford to buy the blazer and the tie which the school insisted that the child wore. And there was no help from the school in any way, shape or form. So what they actually did was they removed the child from lessons and told the child to wait at reception until the parents turned up, or the parents in this case, because it's a single parent, turned up, right? But because they were at work, they couldn't get hold of them. So the child was left sat outside the reception area in the school all day and was not allowed to move. They had to stay there. Now that is tyranny. And
I don't agree that a child should lose, but yeah, you've got to wear a school uniform, man.
You don't. There's no law that says you have to.
No, you don't, but it's the rules of the school. And it's just like, and especially like, yeah, that's part of it, isn't it? Growing up. Like,
no, it's
you might have a job where there's a uniform or a certain dress code.
Which is provided. If you're employed, and there is a specific, they have to provide you with health and safety boots or footwear. If you're working in any industry, if there is anything there which is that you have to wear, your employer has to provide it.
Well, I'm trying
if they give it you and you don't wear it, you're guilty. And don't forget, Bear, right? When a school says that you've got to wear a blazer, a certain blazer, and you've got to wear a badge with the school's crest on, etc., and it has to be embroidered, you can only go to one or two outlets because that's where the deal is made between the school and the outlets. That is called privatization. That is called let's rip off the parents.
You could actually buy a plain blazer, buy the crest very cheap, and then just stitch it on.
Not if it's got to be embroidered, because they won't accept the sew-on ones. And this was what the problem was, right? And the argument in where I read it, right, the argument that people were putting forward was, well, they could have gone to second-hand shops. There's not enough second-hand shops that got bloody blazers for that school in the area. But to me, I'm talking about the fact that the parent could not afford to buy the uniform because of their financial situation, right? And they had more than one child. It was just that this school, which was upper school, secondary school, whatever, right, it's called these days, right, had this uniform policy and they were enforcing it to the letter, literally. And I just think it's unfair on the child.
Yeah, if they're losing out on an education because of it, that is a bit steep.
Yeah. If they've got the uniform and the child refuses to wear it, that to me is a parental issue. And they should enforce it on behalf of the school because they've got the uniform. There's no reason why they can't.
But this woman works.
The father worked, the parent worked, right? It was the only breadwinner in the family.
Yeah.
And although they were claiming what they could from the government through working tax credits, as it was, right?
Yeah.
they did not have enough spare money available to buy a blazer and a tie. And they searched all the second-hand shops. They couldn't get one. And the school said, we're not allowing your child in until such time as they come in uniform.
See, those kids, they've got to learn sooner or later that, if they're poor, they're going to be punished, right? People who are poor get punished, and they got to go to school to learn how to be punished properly,
Now, it's not often that AJM and I agree on things, but he agrees with me on what I'm saying, right? At the end of the day, this is a way of the school getting a kickback for the uniforms which they dictate, and they go out and they basically put it out to tender for local businesses to produce, and they are usually expensive outlets. You don't need a badge to say which school you're from. It shouldn't be mandatory. It should be voluntary.
I disagree. I think children should have a badge on identifying what school they go to, at the very least.
Is that so that when they're skiving from school, the truant officer knows which school they're from?
When they go away on school trips, even I think they should be in their uniform for a school trip.
But they're not. They're in civvies.
Well, not all the time. I mean, it depends what kind of school trip it is.
Well, I'll let you into a little secret. Just recently, I've been doing a lot of charging at motorways, right, for the car, because as you know, I have an electric car by choice, right? I can't charge it at home, so when I go and visit people, I've got to charge it on the go, right? And I have seen at service stations lots of school trips coming off buses, and they're not in uniform, right? So my argument there is, if it's okay to go on a school trip in civvies, why can't you just go to school without? But it's getting ridiculous when primary schools are insisting it, and nurseries.
There is another aspect of it as well, right? Whereas, like, you were talking about being poor, you'd be punished anyway, because then what happens if you can come in your own clothes? If someone that are poor, they get punished, man. They get punished by being bullied.
Yeah,
the way it works, like,
and that's all. And that's what it's all about. And that's what it is all about. I don't disagree with you. I'm just saying, in this sort of situation, right, the school themselves should pay for it. They make the rules. And if you go into the workplace and you have to wear a uniform, it's supplied by your employer. Yet when it comes to schools, it's not. They make the policy, they make the uniform, they make the deals, right, with the outlets. Surely the school should provide it if they're insisting on it.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Well, the way the kids just run around and ruin their shoes and trainers, I'd love to see them pay for all that shit.
Well, enough money's put into into education, and it's wasted on stupid lessons. And I'm talking about so-called life skills that they put into it, and they bring people in to talk about their own personal lives and pay a fortune for them. They're not even teachers, half of them. So what I'm saying is, put your own house in order, and if someone genuinely cannot afford, then it should be provided. If you're insisting, if you're turning around and saying somewhere along the lines of, well, there's no money in the charity fund, they're not a charity. You're saying they need to wear it because you've made this policy over law. I've yet to see any law which says that a child has to wear a school uniform.
No, it's not because it's a law, is it? But
No, exactly. Now, you as an auditor, you stand on principle of what the law says, right? And you turn around and say that you can film in public because the law says you can do, right? So isn't that the same as if there's no law which says that you have to go into school wearing the school uniform? Surely, as an independent auditor, journalist, whatever, that you stand on law, then the law is on the child's side, because there isn't a law which says you've got to do X, Y, or Z. All it says is you have to attend.
I'm saying there ain't a law, but you know what? Just sometimes, just like there's things that you can do in this world that aren't against the law, but are they fucking morally correct? Maybe not.
Is filming in public morally correct?
Oh yeah, of course it is. Yeah.
So if there's no policy which says there might be a policy, right, on private ground if you're on private ground, but if you're on the public space, you can film. Yeah, agreed?
I agree. Listen, I agree. I know what policy is and I want to know what law is.
Right. So the policy of the school says you have to wear school uniform, but there's no law to back that policy up.
The idea of wearing a school uniform, I agree with it, man.
You might agree with it, but what I'm saying is that the state should provide it. In the same way, because basically, for 5 days a week, the law says that your child has to go to school. You send them to school, right? The school says they have a policy in place which says they have to wear school uniform, even going down to primary school now, right? So my argument is that should be provided for by the school, because they are going into that property, into that area. You are doing, as a parent, you are sending your child to school. They want to attend. They can't attend because the school says no. But there's no law to back the school up.
I disagree with some of the stuff that you're saying. I think they should give out, when I was at school, I used to have badges. They used to sew them onto the uniform, and you used to be able to buy whatever you want in the way of a uniform within the colour region. That's what they should bring back.
Yes, I agree with exactly with what you're saying.
I agree with school uniforms because you can identify the child that's not in school when out in the streets.
But make sure that the blazer which they are told they have to wear is affordable, right? Rather than having to go to a small bloody backstreet, well, I'll say backstreet, small outlet which does the embroidery. In other words, the recommended place to go, because they've got a deal with that store.
Which is wrong. I think it's wrong because it's penalising children that haven't got the money, or the parents haven't got the money. The government, the way they put things through.
That's the point I'm trying to make. Thank you. But there's no law to back it up.
No.
If there was a law, then I could understand it, but there's no law.
No. I think they need to go back to old school, as in parents get the badges, they pay a £1 or £2 for the badges, they sew it on the uniform, and then they can take it off of it when the child grows, goes into next stage, and they can stitch it on that next uniform.
I can remember when I was at school, right, I was told I had to wear a tie. When I checked, there was nothing which says how I have to wear a tie. Just says I have to wear a tie.
Yeah.
So I did. I wore it as a bandana.
Walking around looking like Jackie Chan or something.
No. The point I was making was, you don't say how I've got to wear it, and then he said it's got to be around your neck. All right, so I did. I put it around my neck, I tied it off, and I wore the tail down my back. I found a loophole in everything, even back in them days. And when my children went to school, I sent them to school in school uniform, but I read the dress code. And I got pulled into school a number of times to have a conversation about school uniform. And I said, but I provide the school uniform. They come to school in the school uniform. Yes, but they're not supposed to wear it around the wrist, the tie. Well, it doesn't say you can't. They're not supposed to wear it around their neck with just an ordinary knot because it could be dangerous. Yeah, they're wearing a reef knot.
Yeah.
Which makes it safe.
Yeah, because
it comes off.
Yeah.
Then they turned around and said, this was the best one. You're not allowed to have clip-on ties. So I bought them clip-on ties. And it wasn't so because they couldn't tie a knot and wear a tie properly. It was a safety reason. And I pointed this out. Someone grabs hold of a tie and it's tied around a child's neck, they can get strangled. With a clip-on, it can't happen.
No, they just break and fall off.
Health and safety. You're responsible for my child's health and safety in your place of work. Yeah, I was a twat all the time. Read the rules, folks. That's all I'll say in life. And if there's a way around it, use it.
And the annoying part about it is when they change the school uniform to something else because they don't name the school a different name.
Yeah, they got that all again.
Punished because they then got to buy a brand new uniform when years ago you used to be able to go to the shop and buy the badge.
Oh, that is a good difference, right? He turned us over the pond and he says, when I went to state school, means that you wear whatever you want. Private schools usually have the uniforms. There you go. All schools, unless you pay a fee, are private, are state schools.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter whether they're Roman Catholic schools or whatever, they're not private. They still have to abide by state laws.
You probably have a legal course to go down, but you can't afford a school uniform. How are you going to pay for a lawyer?
It's free. It's free.
No, legal aid.
No. The reason why, yeah, but no. If you get taken to court because your child isn't going to school, and the reason is due to the fact that they're not wearing uniform, if you genuinely cannot afford it, you cannot be prosecuted because you can't be prosecuted for being poor against a policy because there's no law for the school to stand on.
That's my point, but you'd need a lawyer to argue that point, right?
Yeah, but it becomes a criminal. Yeah, but it becomes a criminal case, not a civil case. Because they're saying that you've broken the law by not providing the school uniform.
They can't do that. There's no law.
Read the laws.
There's no such law. They can't.
The law says that you have to send your child to school.
Right. It doesn't say anything about uniform.
Doesn't. There's no law which says that you have to wear a school uniform. No. It is what is seen as sociably acceptable. But if you're poor, tough shit. And there's a difference between somebody who is right wing and somebody who's left wing. I'm not.
Well, everybody's poor, man. There's no middle class.
No, I'm not talking about people who literally can't afford it, even though they're claiming everything that they can do from the state because they're on such a low income. And there's an argument which talks about priorities, that you have to have a school uniform, etc. There's no law which says you have to do that. There is a law which says that you have to provide food for a child. There is a law which says you have to put clothes on the child and keep them warm. And exactly the same way you've got to pay your bloody water bill, your council tax bill, and also your gas and electricity. But if you can't afford, they put you on an even more expensive thing as a pay-as-you-go meter. But you still have to pay it. And this is what I'm trying to get across. Now, some people will argue with me and they'll turn around and say, oh, you're wrong, etc. It's not socially acceptable and you have to. And if you can't afford it, then you need to cut back on other things, such as food, gas, electricity, not paying your council tax. Doesn't
Yeah,
work.
but the majority of schools nowadays have spare uniforms for those that cannot afford it.
Some do.
Some
And
do,
that's because-
some don't.
Yeah, but that's because people hand in their uniform for those that are, you know, are deprived.
Yeah, here's a good one.
Unfortunately, from the schools that my girls went to this year, it changes its name. So all those uniforms that they could have had from the parents, I mean, I've got a load of uniform, that can hand it into the schools for them to use for the children are no longer any good.
Exactly.
All that waste because they want to make it a...
AJM makes a good point about homeschooling. Yes, but the law's changing soon. There's an act going through Parliament at the moment to restrict homeschooling. Why? Because they want the kids in school in bloody uniform.
Yeah, but there is a lot of school home tutoring.
I helped out at a school for disabled many years ago, and they had a policy that everybody had to wear school uniform.
Birthday.
And I pointed out that I can't continue supporting the school. I support the individuals, the kids that went there, right? Because the policy was wrong. Because it's about education, it's about supporting the child. It's not about whether they wore a uniform or not. That's irrelevant. I'm sorry, but if a child's in a wheelchair and they can't use their arms and their legs, I'm more concerned about how I can help them to learn and to use the equipment which is given to them. They're not given uniforms. It's the last thing on the list.
Yeah.
But you know what? I can argue, I can put my point across, and if people like it, okay. They don't like it, they're free to disagree. It's a free country, allegedly.
Yeah.
But as I say, the problem with homeschooling is that the government want to alter the rules, make it harder. Not what it's all about. What the government says. Okay, I know, Grim, they're coming after them who try the best at keeping their children away from what's that? I can't pronounce that.
Has that not been resigned yet?
Sorry, I can't bloody read that. I'm sorry, I've got dyslexic of the alcohol here. I shouldn't say that because that might be wrong. Like when I say around, say I got dyslexic fingers. I made this one too strong. I put too much alcohol in. Now, I'm drinking moonshine, so it's difficult to gauge. You don't need a lot, and I forgot.
You're drinking moonshine? Jesus Christ.
Yeah. But good job of not bloody driving tomorrow. And he said drinking tomorrow.
You're going to be hammered by the end of the night.
I'm going to be hammered very shortly. Okay. While Bear is muttering in the background and not paying attention, here we go. Here's an oldie but a goldie. Who shot the sheriff? I did.
I shot the sheriff, but I swear it wasn't self-defense, although, yeah, I say I shot the sheriff, oh Lord, and they say it is a capital offense, yeah, yeah, Sheriff John Brown always hating me for what I don't know. Every time I plant a seed, he said, kill it before it grows. He said, kill them before they grow. And so, read it in the news. shot the sheriff, oh Lord, but I swear it wasn't self-defense. Where was the deputy? Ooh, ooh, ooh. I said I shot the sheriff, but I swear it wasn't self-defense. Yeah. Ooh. Freedom came my way one day, and I started out of town. Yeah. All of a sudden I saw Sheriff John Brown aiming to shoot me down. So I shot him down, and I said, if I am guilty, I will pay. I shot the sheriff, but I said, but I didn't shoot no deputy. I didn't shoot no deputy. Oh no. Ooh, I shot the sheriff, I did, but I didn't shoot no deputy. Oh. Reflexes have the better of me, and what is to be must be. Every day the bucket I go away. One day the bottom I go drop out. One day the bottom I go drop out. I say I shot the sheriff. Lord, I didn't shot the deputy, no. I shot the sheriff, but I didn't shoot no deputy. Yeah. So, yeah. Freedom came my way one day, and I started out of town. Yeah. All of a sudden I saw Sheriff John Brown aiming to shoot me down. So I shot him down, and I said, if I am guilty, I will pay. I shot the sheriff, but I said, but I didn't shoot no deputy. I didn't shoot no deputy. Oh no. I shot the sheriff, I did, but I didn't shoot no deputy. Oh. Reflexes had the better of me, and what is to be must be. Every day the bucket I go well. One day the bottom I go drop.
There you go, another one from BNC Support Records. Okay, right. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and those who don't really know what the fuck they are, thank you for watching, thank you for listening, and thank you for your kind comments. BBA.
Yeah.
Do you still disagree with me?
Uniform.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Remember that song which I put on earlier? What did he say? Oh, yeah, fuck off.
I honestly think girls should wear trousers as well.
Oh, there's a school that's insisting on that.
I think they should do it on all schools. All schools have trousers for girls and boys.
But here's the reasoning why they think that the parents are saying it's wrong. It's making them all look like boys.
No, it's not.
Sex.
You still look like a girl with a pair of trousers on. My daughter did. She wore a school one day, came home and said, "I'm not going to school until you got me a pair of trousers, Mum."
How are the PDFs gonna get their sexual gratifications if they?
Yeah, well, you see, parents have turned around and objected to that when it was suggested, because it takes away the child's right to be who they naturally are.
But then they should make them wear long skirts.
Personally, I think keep the skirts and make the boys wear them. No, not the boys.
I think that's what's happening right now, bro.
Oh, hang on a sec.
Skirts.
That's the woke gender.
Oh, shit.
Woke.
Sorry, wrong channel.
Or they should bring it in so they have long skirts, long flowing skirts down to their ankles.
I know. What if the child just turns up in a unicorn costume? Then what?
What you mean? They turn up with a blazing with a what you call it on?
I mean, I imagine a unicorn costume would probably cost more than a school uniform.
I mean, you can get those inflatable ones.
Someone pierces it.
How you do PE in one of those?
Okay, fancy pants. All right, Inferno, behave. Let's keep it a clean show for a change. No, seriously, we have. I mean, there's pros and cons to everything, and I think that if you're going along the lines that men are men and women are women, there's no in betweenies, right? Then the same should go for boys and girls. Right.
I still think they should have separate toilets though, because I mean, I just feel weird going into the toilet and a man walks in there with a dress.
And I don't know toilet, yeah?
Yeah, you know, separate from the disabled. Technically, they could use the disabled.
Okay, so AGM is confirmed. To be honest, peeps, we are not that far away from boys wearing skirts in school.
Well, they were.
A few years ago, there was a fancy dress ball at school that I attended. I didn't go to the fancy dress ball because there was an agreement that was made that the boys would wear skirts and the girls would wear trousers. They swapped uniforms. That was the idea. I just couldn't get a skirt to fit.
Oh, I can't tell.
You could use a curtain. Just wrap a whole.
And anyway, you see what the argument is that girls hitch their skirts up because it's the fashion.
Maybe they should put the skirts with the wires in where they can't lift them up.
Well, there's a school that can make skirts. That was interesting because when the parents pointed out that the teachers wear makeup and they weren't just talking about women, they realised they can't actually do that because it's freedom. It's stopping the freedom of expression. Inferno, Scottish people wear skirts a lot, right? No.
Iron Man suit. That'd be the one. You go into school with an Iron Man suit on.
Or the other way is the girls want to wear a skirt, but they have to have them attached to a pair of leggings.
There's no reason exactly, and this is what the argument was. Majority of girls who wear skirts wear leggings. What's the issue?
There's no difference to a pair of tights this day and age, is it?
But you know, BBA's got children in school, right? And this is why I thought that, you know, he'd have more to say about it, to be honest. But you know what?
I told you what I think about it.
I just think you're a tyrant in disguise.
I think kids should wear school uniforms. I don't know why that would be such an absurd thing
You don't believe in freedom of choice and freedom of expression?
Nah, bro, there's got to be some boundaries and rules in life. Otherwise, people, ever since society.
So this goes back to what I was saying earlier about enforcing conscription. Because when you go into the army, the or wherever, right?
And if you remember,
they all wear the same. And you're right, Inferno, it is kilts, by the way.
Yeah, I'm sure I said I was for that. National service. The only thing I wouldn't be for national service, but I don't think like people having to actually go fight in an active war, like in wars.
They will.
The regiment side of it, the regimental training and stuff. Yeah, man.
Oh no! Don't get me wrong. I agree with you to a certain extent, and I even agree with you about not sending 16-year-olds or whatever off to war. However, that was overridden by what happened with Vietnam, when the average age of those that died were 19. Right.
The last time there was an influx, like a big influx. So when I say big, I'm not matching it to anywhere else in history, but most recent time that people decided to join the military was around about between 2002, 2003 to about 2005, 2006. A couple of years after 9/11. I remember that very well. A lot of my friends even, and that was the last time that you had like a big influx of people decide to join.
Yeah. I mean, well, let's put it this way: 9/11, and not only 9/11, but the 7th of the 7th. What 40 years ago, whatever it was now, right? That actually bolstered the number of people who wanted to join freely the armed forces in the UK.
They've all been lied to, and now everybody doesn't join it.
But I mean, it's like I don't know. I look at it from a point of view of it's still a uniform, and you're still being told what to do by the state.
Yeah, but that's not all.
Which is what the police do. If the police didn't abuse their powers, then life would be a lot better. But we are now programmed, and it's getting so early. You have to wear a uniform because that identifies you, it gives you pride, etc. Ready for when you go into the army, the navy, or the air force. And I get it. I just think that it should not really be.
It shouldn't affect child's education.
Which is why I said about people who break the law, they should be told, instead of going to prison because we're overcrowded, you go into the armed forces and you serve your time in the armed forces, and I commit you to 10 years. By the time they come out, they're actually going to be decent human beings. Yeah, all right, they're going to be programmed as killers or whatever, but at least they'll come out with a bloody trade.
Trade to kill.
Yeah. You imagine them on the resistance.
Either that or put them in boot camp for a year.
Well, I'm talking about 10 years minimum term. That will stop the hooliganism. That will stop the petty theft, right? And that will stop a lot of the other stuff which kids get up to. And then you will have responsible young adults.
Shit rolls downhill. You got to start at the top. If you want to change anything, you got to change it from the top down.
You're never going to change the top. You've got to start local. Sorry. We'll have to agree to disagree on that one.
I honestly think if they're in Parliament, they should serve in the army first.
It's like painting rust. You know, you don't fix the problem. It's just going to keep coming back.
It depends on whether or not you use hammer right.
Yeah.
The problem comes from these idiots who think they know what they're doing and making laws that end up costing us everything.
I think the ones in government should go into the army first and learn
Right.
what it's like at a lower level.
Yeah. Lead by example.
Before they actually can stand for government.
No, if they want to declare war, they should be the first
Yeah,
ones to pick up.
they should be the ones that go into it.
Front line. You want a war? Go on. Send your kids to the front line as well. See how many wars we.
The last time we had an unofficial war was the Falklands, and you will notice every time the government is falling behind for whatever reason, right? Maybe it's their policies, right? They create a conflict or a war. Thatcher did it and won the next general election as a result because of what's called patriotism.
There's been many wars since the Falklands.
Sorry? Falklands, yeah.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
Not ones that we declared.
Wars since then.
No, I said conflict or wars. We haven't been involved in a war since the Second World War. We've had conflicts.
Oh, so we haven't been involved in Russia and Ukraine.
No, because we've done it under NATO. Therefore, it's not a war.
Oh, come on.
Being serious, you look at what an actual war, declaration of war. We've never had a declaration of war since 1939.
They were called peacekeeping missions. They weren't war.
You can listen to whatever they're telling you.
War on terror wasn't a war on terror. It was just peacekeeping.
Here's something which is AJM's brought up. Can you remember the violence of football games back in the 70s and how it was squashed through the decades? Yes. One of the things that they did was that they built a fence around the pitches, right? And do you know what the first club was that had a fence put up to protect the players from the animals? Or was it the other way around? It was Manchester United. Not that Manchester United fans were involved in any sort of football hooliganism. God forbid the people down south ever got involved in that. But that's what they did. Old Trafford. I remember the day, and I also remember the cartoon which came up, which I was on the inside of the on the players' side, and it had a little plaque hung up which said "Do not feed the animals," and they're referring to the supporters. Now, AJM. Now, here's something which is interesting. This is where there is a problem. AJM saying the last UK war was the Falklands. It was never a war. We never declared war. We declared it as a conflict, right? Because we couldn't declare war on Argentina. We were the line was we're sending the troops over to protect the Falklands, and the only people that the only true casualties was the penguins. And those idiots who didn't jump off the ship when they were told to, and they got burnt to a crisp on the when the ships were caught on fire. It was a skirmish. I'm sorry, but that's the reality of it. And it was brought about because Thatcher was about to lose the government at the next election because of what she'd done previously to the working class. Because she hated the working class.
Who's that?
Thatcher. You're too young to remember the damage which Thatcher did. You think Thatcher was the Iron Maiden. She was wonderful and whatnot.
Listen,
she wasn't.
I may have been, but I tell you what, we could do with another Margaret Thatcher.
No, you couldn't. Margaret Thatcher took away the right for children to have calcium delivered to them on a daily basis. She was called Thatcher, the milk snatcher.
Yeah, the milk snatcher. And she also gave rights to people buying their own council houses. That's why you got people on the streets nowadays. I disagree with all that. It gave my parents the rights to buy their house. And that's the only good thing that my parents said she ever done. She also ripped people off with the poll tax.
Yeah. Yeah, HM says it was an undeclared war. How the hell can you have an undeclared war? War is declared. Sorry, HM.
Yeah, it wasn't yeah, no, I agree with that. It wasn't declared as a war, was it?
No, it was a conflict. The Falklands conflict.
Meant to have been a peacekeeping mission, wasn't it?
That's how they
it was to protect the Falklands from any invasion from Argentina, even though they hadn't actually said they were going to invade it. The issue was that Argentina said that they owned it, and they didn't. It was actually part and parcel of the British Empire. Part of that. The last bit, I suppose. So Thatcher went over. Thatcher went over to create something that didn't actually happen, or shouldn't have happened, should say. Right? So that's, I mean, anyone who's old enough to have lived through Thatcher, the original Thatcher years to start off with, right, and then went through, will remember just how bad that bitch was.
She was horrible.
About Scargill. Remember Arthur Scargill?
God,
Arthur Scargill had the heart of the working class. Thatcher destroyed the working class. As soon as she got in, the first thing she did was outlaw the 7th picket. So she took away the right to protest.
Strikes. Yep, strikes.
Yeah. But as I say, Thatcher had a lot to
answer for.
And yes, I agree, she covered up a lot in Parliament for certain characters known as pedos. Think of Cyril Smith, for starters. Teddy Heath, yeah. When he laughed, the children quaked. You know, but as I say, if you're old enough to remember to have lived through the Thatcher years from start to finish, you'd understand. What people do is they look at the history books and you go, oh, that's a good idea. That was brilliant, blah, blah, blah. Isn't she our hero? No, she was never a fucking hero. She was in it for herself, and she was not in it for the country. She wanted to wreck, and she did, the strength of the people. That's why now when people go and protest, you have such a strong police presence, and the lefties and the ultra-rights, because they're as bad, causing problems. History repeats itself.
Where's the ultra-right? What do they look like? Where are they?
Well, I'm talking about both the two major sides, and then you've got the real people in the middle who are there to peacefully protest.
Yeah.
There's a difference, right? And you will get agitators on both sides. And you'll even get the police causing the agitation because they will join the protest and start throwing bottles and causing problems with the police, which then triggers other people. And the class now within the mainstream media, all of them, but mainly those who are protesting, right, legitimately as thugs. And there's the twist. But they're not far right. It's the police infiltrating, or they bring people in to infiltrate, to cause the trouble. Right? And on the far left, you've got what's called Antifa, who are paid, allegedly, to come in and cause trouble. Trouble is, though, Bear, I've seen it all before. And I've seen what happened. I saw what happened with the miners' disputes and the strikes. And I'll tell you now, the violence which is here today is nothing like it was then. That's why Thatcher was put in power, to destroy people's rights. Because, yes, we did have rights. We didn't have permissions. We had rights. Thatcher got rid of it. And I'm sorry, but you may think she's a knight in shining armor, the Iron Lady. She was the biggest bitch of this country.
But this is
and she did more damage to us than any other prime minister ever.
It's terrible, really, because she put a lot of people under a lot of stress.
She caused more unemployment than anything else.
Yeah.
She sold off the crown jewels of this country. She
Does anybody ever
privatised
remember her
national
crying on
things.
TV?
Sorry?
Does anybody ever remember her crying on TV when her son was kidnapped in Africa? Was it in Africa?
Oh, Mark.
He was a nightmare, he was.
He
remember
was
they
as
kidnapped him?
Yeah.
Yeah. Shouldn't have given him back, in my opinion. He was the biggest one going.
No, he was always
Allegedly.
They kidnapped him, and I remember her crying on TV about it.
There you go. Inferno puts it right. Everything in history books is a total BS. The winners write the books. Those who live through it know the truth. The trouble is, people of my age who lived through it were few and far between. And I haven't allowed history to taint what actually happened. And I will always try and put people straight. You know, I'm sorry, but this is where you and I will always disagree on Margaret Thatcher, BBA.
Yeah. BBA was, I don't even know, how old was you when Margaret Thatcher was around?
Or if he was born.
What year was she in power?
Late 70s into the 80s. She had 10 years.
Yeah, 10 worst years of anybody's life.
She took it, she refused.
Oh, God, he was in that now, wasn't he?
And when she finally lost and she was kicked out of the Conservative Party, right, or the Conservative leadership, that was I thought at the time it was the best thing for the country, but then we got some other dick in charge of them. Then you end up now where we are, which is a so-called Labour leader who is more like Margaret Thatcher than Margaret Thatcher was, but in the opposite direction, because he's too much of a lefty. He's got no backbone. And this leads us back to where we started, which is in relation to immigration.
Yeah.
My issue with politicians is that in order for them to be in the positions they are, they would have to have been compromised. And it's the only way that these people are placed into those, selected into those positions, because they have a hold on them. They are compromised. Every single one of those people are fucking compromised. Believe me. They have something on them. That's how they all of a sudden do a 180 on their decisions and come out with some nonsense things like Keir Starmer trying to secretly sign deals that will sign us back into the European Union. And, you know, he just got caught red-handed.
I mean, a lot of people disagree with me, but I can remember when we were first moved into the EU, and I can see that overall we had a lot of good. The trouble is the bureaucrats got in the way. And that's where the problem was. They overstepped the mark and started to rule us from Brussels, and that should never have been the case. Margaret Thatcher in 1981 and the Toxic riots, right, in Liverpool. I also remember they were in Bristol, Manchester, London, everywhere else. I remember being on the front line of those riots. And I was fighting for people's rights even then. And they were the good old days when it was nice to have a Molotov in your hand.
I think the European Union incentivized people to want to be part of the European Union, right? Because, you know, people were getting paid for nothing. If you was a farmer, the European Union would send you money so you don't grow crops because it could affect the price of all this bullshit, right? So they incentivized people to stay into Europe. So a lot of people wanted to stay in Europe because they were financially incentivized. But the sell-off was our sovereign rights. We ceded our sovereign rights over to Brussels, which meant we did not have
that was back in the 70s.
Our sovereign rights in order to financially.
We went into Europe before Thatcher. Thatcher sold us down the river. Right now, hang on. Gary says all this hatred towards Thatcher is just another form of racism. How?
No. My hatred is towards all politicians, right?
My hatred,
dirty, rotten politicians. That's my hatred.
Okay. Can I just say, Thatcher, as an individual person, may have been the sweetest old bitch going, right? That's fine.
And people forget
politically, she killed. Politically, she killed the UK, Great Britain. That's what she did.
Took so much away from everybody.
You forgot that she was best friends with Jimmy
Savile.
Yeah. And when it came to, and as I was trying to say, imagine taking my comments seriously. Some people mean it seriously, especially when they just come in. Right. Can I just say that Thatcher used patriotism to get a second term because she knew that she would lose the general election. So she invented something to get people behind the country. And I have no issues with what she did or why she did it. The outcome was another 5 years of tyranny. And you think that we are under a tyrannic government now, you ain't seen nothing. And it's only going to get worse. And you'll be saying, oh, shit, I wish I'd have voted another way. If you believe the politicians, you believe anything. That's all I'll say on that one. Anyway, talk amongst yourselves for 5 minutes.
They are all compromised, man. Believe me. Well, it turns out Mr. Epstein was a Mossad agent, right? They are all compromised. That's why they're selected in those positions of power, right? We think we vote them in. We don't vote them in. It's an illusion of vote. They are all selected in secret. Secret handshake deals. All the contracts that they're milking up and down the country. This is just a money laundering scam. That's all they do. They take our money, they put it into contracts, governmental contracts that they benefit directly from, right? Because they got positions and payoffs and backhanders and all kinds of stupid fucking sick ways that they get paid off and bought. Every one of them are owned. They own every single one of those puppets. The government is just an illusion of control. That's what it is.
Okay, here's a question for people who live in the UK. Do you remember when British Gas belonged to the people?
Yeah.
They stole that from us.
Right. Now it's owned by a foreign, by a company that has Centra, which I believe is in Spain. I could be wrong, but I know it's not in the UK for definite.
Same as the water, isn't it? The local
Well, we used to pay what?
Part of the beaches sold off to other countries.
Beaches, fishing lanes.
Our beach is not our beach.
So wind turbines. The wind turbines here, they sold them all off, right? Off our coast, they're owned by the Netherlands. How's that work? Sold everything. Sold our infrastructure, our trains, our water systems. You're paying water. You're paying the water company, right? And the water company up and down the country is not doing anything with the water. The water is contaminated. Go and test it. Go and buy an Amazon kit and test that water. It's fucking contaminated.
Well,
up and down the country.
Here's one for you, right? When denationalisation came into effect, another brain wave of Thatcher, right? She sold everything off. Our biggest exporter was British Steel.
Yeah.
We don't have British Steel anymore. It doesn't exist.
No.
We don't have the foundries anymore. We don't produce it. And the place which was known for steel,
but what happens if we go to war with someone like China? We buy all our steel from China, and then we're going to go to war with China. How's that going to work? Hey, can we have some steel so we can make some tanks so we can fight you?
Oh no,
right? Or better still, can you make the tanks for us?
That's the one.
They're a bunch of fucking idiots. Every single one of those leaders should be strung up by their balls, right, and walked off the fucking plank like in the old days, right? Like
now, there you go. AGM, yes, Grib, the British public owned a lot back in the day, but then everything was sold off for our benefit. No, it wasn't sold off for our benefit. It was sold off for Thatcher's benefit, nobody else's. She had more fingers in more pies than anything else, especially her husband. But the thing I would say is that although I don't agree with the government of today, one of the things they're talking about is renationalisation, and without compensation to the companies that currently own things like British Gas. Right? I'm all for that. I think that's the right thing to do. And I think that all the railways, everything should be put back in our control, not in private companies' control. I think we'd have a much better service.
Buying back. I don't think we should buy it back. I think we should just,
without compensation. That means we just take it back as a country, and we tell them all to. Including Richard Branson, who's supposed to be the so-called saviour.
Most of them in jail as well and dissolve all their assets.
Yeah, let them be poor for a little while, see how they feel.
Yeah, put them on benefits. Actually, they are on benefits.
AJM, I agree totally with what you're saying. I totally agree. Hey up, the missus is back. I don't know what happened to the missus was going to do an order, but I think she forgot. She'll have to get something to eat. I'm too pissed to eat at the moment. Like I say, you know what? You know when you put a shot in a glass and you think to yourself, a little bit more. I forgot. So I poured more in than I should have done. So I'm 3 sheets to the wind and more. What a place to be in.
That should be entertainment later. You get any worse?
I'm working tomorrow morning.
That wasn't a good idea then.
Allegedly. Well, I mean, I'm going to be turning up, obviously, but all I've got to do is turn on the PC. I'll be fine.
Turn up, but if they get any work out of me, it'd be a miracle, right?
No, I'll get work. They'll get work on my terms. Allegedly. I better say that because my manager might be back from wherever he flew off to, and he likes the idea. He likes the show, and he keeps saying he's got to listen in. So I've got to be very careful. But not tonight.
Not a good idea to tell your employer.
I've not mentioned who my employer is, so I'm all right.
No, I'm saying it's not normally a good idea to give your employer your YouTube channel.
He's skiving.
Hey, whoa. Wait a minute. I have an agreement with my manager.
Yeah.
We don't talk about work outside of work. You can add yourself in, Mrs. Reaper. You don't need me to. Jesus, you can sit there in the back for all I care. So, okay, while she decides what she's going to do. Ooh, that wasn't her. She disappeared.
So they bust all the Epping lot down to Canary Wharf, right?
Is that where the Britannia is? Hotel in London.
I think it's the Britannia. Yeah, I don't remember. Well, the ones in Epping, yeah, because there was all the protesters.
Yeah, they're moving them into a 5-star hotel.
There's like 540 rooms. Right, so how many people? They normally got like 3-4 people in one room.
Yeah, and guess who's picking the bill up? Was taxpayers.
Right, so they sent all these people to a posh building in Canary Wharf. Wow,
they won't last 5 minutes down there. Canary Wharf ain't gonna have that.
Well, they're already
Canary Wharf is technically a privately owned area.
Yeah, that whole area was zoned off by Margaret Thatcher as a tax as a tax-free haven.
Yes.
For the rich.
So they don't even have to pay any tax over there, those hotels, right?
Well, I mean, it'd be the rich that'd be looking after them then, wouldn't they?
Yeah, man, I wonder why he said, yeah, bring them here, man. I'll have them. They can't do shit. I've got my own police as well. They've got their own police there as well.
Mrs. Reaper, please bring yourself up.
You know, they've got their own
authority too. Oh, it is you this time. Don't know whether it was you before, but
It's the best place to put them, isn't it? And I can rub off the rich then, can't they?
Yeah, I've had to in my office on my laptop because
Sorry, whoa, wait a minute. Goddess is talking. I mean, Mrs. Reaper is talking.
Yeah, I am a goddess.
Allegedly.
Yeah. No, I couldn't come in on my own on my tablet because I haven't got StreamYard set up and that on there. So I've had to come into my office. I've just called in to say hi to everyone. Hey BBA, I was on the audit.
Hiya.
Hiya.
Hi Sherry.
I've got a question. Where's my tea?
Where's mine?
Well, you're the one who's going to order it, but it's too late now.
You told me to wait till after your stream. It's not my fault.
No.
You've gone on and 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 on.
And dragged it on.
Look, I wasn't planning on being out here for nearly 4 hours. It's BBA's fault. It kept me talking.
Yeah. Well, I've just got even that because I'm absolutely shattered, and I'm planning on a live later. So.
Well, you get some sleep, but make sure you get some food later. All right, darling.
Yeah, well, I'm going to be listening in anyway. I'm going to fall asleep listening in. I'm going to have an hour, and then I'm going live after you come off.
Okay, no worries. Well, I'll be coming off shortly anyway. I would have thought.
I did, AJ. You're right. I did. On and 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 on.
She does. Do you remember that advert for Ariston and on and on and on and on?
We just want to be together. Do you remember that one?
No. Can't remember that one. What was that? Huh?
The advert. We just want to be together.
Yeah. Totally agree with everything you're saying now.
Yeah. Mellows, have you sent me something today?
Tomorrow.
There you go.
Right.
Mrs. Brown will not receive anything until the weekend.
Oh,
And for those people who don't like Mrs. Brown's boys, tough. That's where it came from.
You know what? I work with somebody, that looks
really
looks a bit like Mrs. Brown.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he's a bloke as well. It's kind of funny, man. We all take the piss out of him.
Is he Irish as well?
He's not, unfortunately, but he definitely looks like Mrs. Brown.
Well, listen, do us a favour. Next time you're working with him, put 3 spades up against the wall and ask him to take his pick.
Anyway, I've said hello. Hello, everybody in the chat. Hello, Inferno, AJM, and everybody. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go and have an hour. I'll catch you all later. Enjoy.
All right. Thank you very much.
Bye.
See you later.
Bye.
It's not that either.
Oh God, Inferno's got to say it, hasn't he? Mrs. Brown has a lovely daughter. The daughter is his fucking wife. Husband and wife team, it's funny. But they're about to be taken away from the BBC because apparently there's been a lot of complaints. I don't know who from, but probably the lefties.
BBC. Full stop. Used to be
cut down. Chopped out.
Defunded.
Got rid of. And have the name called was the BBC. No longer the BBC.
Sell it off, man. Get rid of it.
They're not going to sell it off. They're going to carry on.
This is why public ownership doesn't really work, right? Because they do what the fuck they want anyway.
No, I disagree. No. You got it wrong. You got it wrong. The BBC should be funded by tax. Forget the migrants. Fund the BBC with tax.
But
So
when
we
it's
don't
what I'm
have
trying to say, publicly owned shit, right, is always mismanaged, right?
But it's not publicly owned.
And the problem is that those that mismanage it are not held accountable.
Yeah, I was about to say, it's not publicly owned.
What, the BBC?
Yeah.
Sorry.
So what is
No,
it
it's not. It's not because it's got its own business. It's created its own businesses. BBC Worldwide is not publicly owned. It's a company. BBC DVDs is not. It's when they sell the programs off to other countries, it's a different company. It's BBC Limited. This is why with the when they talk about the license fee, it's a load of crap. It doesn't fund the BBC in any way, shape, or form. More money is made by selling its own programs like Flowery Tracks, Faulty Towers, to other countries.
No offense, but anyone who pays for a TV license is a fucking idiot.
Well, when they turn around and they say, if you watch any live TV from anywhere in the world where it's transmitted from, in Great Britain, you have to pay a TV license. That is crap. If you watch the BBC, or if you watch anything to do with their on-demand service, BBC iPlayer, yeah, you should pay. I agree. Your choice, right?
I think they should go to a subscription model. That would be better.
They won't do it. They've already said they won't do it.
No one wants to watch that shit.
They want their money. They've got to have it.
Don't get it from me. Don't watch the
BBC stands for British Broadcasting Criminals, allegedly.
It's the whole point of an Xbox.
A big bullshit company.
There's that one as well. But that's got an S in it, mate. Sorry.
That's the whole point why people have consoles now. You don't have to pay
Well,
for it.
we've mentioned the BBC. We've lost 4 people watching. Thanks, BBC. They're all fucked off to watch BBC iPhone.
So they're going to put it in the text now, in the council text.
That's one option, yes. Which means you can't opt out.
BBC license.
Yeah, that means
if I bloody have a TV on. So why should I have to pay for the license?
Because
if they put it in with the council tax, which is a possibility, it means you can't opt out.
Well, I can. I'll opt out on the council tax. I ain't fucking paying for the license if I don't want it.
That's a different kettle of fish. That's like saying I'm not paying for the police.
We should also
feel about the police.
Well, even the ones that are not using a TV, they're using a console as well. Or they do it to the consoles.
Even those who've got mobile phones.
No, what they'll do is they'll add it onto the property in council tax, and it means that you'll pay an extra £2.50 per week than you would do normally because of the cost involved of transferring the money over to the BBC. And they haven't even got that set up.
Well, that's criminal then.
That's extortion.
That is wrong because I don't watch the TV.
That's basically extortion.
So why should I pay for something I don't use?
That's like a mafia.
I don't watch TV.
Come and break into your house and kick
Sorry,
the shit.
I don't support
mafia.
Paedophiles. Right?
Yeah, I mean, they fund to protect pedos, right? They lie to us and profit from wars, right? And they lied about weapons of mass destruction. They've lied about so many things. The 9/11 tower. They lie and lie.
COVID, the vaccine,
everything.
In fairness, got it right. British Broadcasting see you next Tuesday. Or next Tuesday.
Biggest bullshitting company in the world, right?
No, look, the thing is, the BBC, many years ago, used to be independent. Used to be. Right? And it was the pride of basically broadcasted, right? However, things have changed. It's no longer the case. ITV is no longer the case. When the BBC's argument doesn't hold water. It says that it shouldn't have advertising, be funded through advertising, because that will take advertising away from ITV. Well, if that was the case, how come we got Channel 4 and Channel 5?
Yeah.
It never affected them, right?
We fund those as well.
People are the media now. We're all the media now.
Exactly. So my argument is that we should not have to pay a TV license. They make enough money through sales elsewhere than it does with anything else. People still buy DVDs. They still buy box sets. ITV's been doing it for years. BBC's been doing it for years. They set up another company that allows them to do it. BBC sells all their programs to other countries, and they make a fortune. What they don't do is put that money into the BBC, because they want that to be funded by the British public. And that means then, does that become part of government funded or people funded, right? In which case, do we then have the right to tell the BBC what they should and shouldn't do? Guess what? We'll never be allowed to do that.
Yeah, stop fucking producing paedophiles.
Well, they don't produce paedophiles, they hire them.
Oh, no.
Allegedly.
They don't create them. No, they don't.
No, they're already there. The thing is that look, if I watch Netflix, I will pay for Netflix.
Yeah, I agree with that.
You got to see BBC for what it is, right? It is the government's propaganda machine, right? It is part of the government. This is why they install their BBC ministers in there, right?
Yeah.
They're just the government's mouthpiece, right? They're supposed to be the fourth arm of the government, right? That speaks truth to power, but instead they just repeat whatever they're told from these ministers.
Right. Okay. I'm going to change the subject slightly. In fact, totally. We started off with this. I don't know whether you've had a chance to watch this at all. I do apologize for the synchronization of sound. It is garbage. But we started off with this. I just want to have your opinions on this.
Another high-profile case during today's press conference, the murder of Tasha White. She was reported missing in April, was later found dead in a wooded area near Buchel. Jamie Shelby was arrested last weekend and charged with murder and robbery. And when asked about this case and any further information, the chief responded.
I know there was a lot of criticism thrown at LMPD at the onset, but I will tell you that Tasha White's behavior placed her in the position she ultimately ended up in. There are a lot of moving parts to this case, and I want to make sure that we can get far enough along in the prosecution before we give out some of those specific details and feel more comfortable about that.
Okay. Please, Chief, blaming the victim.
But hang on. What did she die from? What was she dead?
She was murdered.
Murdered.
She was murdered.
By a cop.
Let me just give you a little bit of background. The police refused when she was reported as missing to put out any alerts. The searches were organised by the community, not by the police. Okay, and what he said there is that she put herself in danger.
Blaming the victim.
The police chief blamed the victim. Okay, yeah. Now then. This one takes it's a lot longer. I shortened that one. The initial one is actually up on the channel. This one isn't. But this is his justification and also how he went into the community to try and bridge the gap between the community and the police.
That Tasha White's behavior placed her in the position she ultimately ended up in.
Those comments from LMPD's Chief Paul Humphrey about a local homicide victim ignited criticism on a case that has been seen plenty of it and led to calls for a public apology. Latasha White disappeared in early May, and despite her family reporting her missing, LMPD never issued an alert. She was found dead in a wooded area off of Buchel neighborhood a week later.
The White's family says Chief Humphrey's comments have been salt in an open wound, so today he apologized and gave more context to those comments. Wave News reporter Alina Noakes tells us they proved to be significant.
A murder plot gone wrong. That's how Chief Paul Humphrey characterizes what Latasha White was involved in prior to her death. The details are new even to critics, but don't seem to have changed public perception that the chief's comments were inappropriate.
What he said was very disrespectful and very emotional, but you're throwing salt into open wounds that we haven't even healed from yet.
That's Latasha White's family reacting to a comment made in a news conference Wednesday when LMPD Chief Paul Humphrey said White's behavior put her in a position to be killed. Less than 24 hours later,
nobody purposely puts themselves in a situation to have their life taken.
Some city council members were in front of City Hall calling for accountability and a public apology.
For them to continue to do this, continue to drop the ball, and then have the audacity to sit here and blame, shame, and try to humiliate a victim that was murdered is absolutely ridiculous and unacceptable.
That apology is something critics got.
I apologize, particularly to Miss White's family, for the lack of sensitivity and the lack of clarity in my words and how that contributed to their pain. I should not have said it that way.
Humphrey's lack of clarity, he says, came from having information he could not share about the case until now. Humphrey claims the behavior that he says contributed to White's death was her own involvement in a murder plot with Shelby, who she was romantically involved with. Humphrey says around 2 a.m. on April 29th, White disconnected her home's cameras and intentionally left her phone. And at some point between her leaving and being found dead, White was killed with her own gun. Humphrey admits his vagueness was damaging to public trust, something he says they've been trying to build.
I'm going to misspeak. I think I spoke for 25 or 30 minutes yesterday, and I made one bad sentence. Unfortunately, that was an impactful sentence.
Councilwoman Tammy Hawkins told us she feels the new information is a distraction to Chief Humphrey's prior statement. You're innocent until proven guilty, and Miss White, unfortunately enough, is now deceased and not alive to tell her story, says Hawkins. Alina Noakes.
Trust by having face-to-face conversations. And tonight, Wave News reporter Julia Richardson spent some time at tonight's meeting. And Julia, we learned this is a first step in a longer program the department wants to build.
Yeah, Jose, well, LMPD hosted a Cuts and Combos event tonight where community members could talk candidly with police officers. Those who attended say building trust takes time, but they think this is a good start.
The goal is to give and gain perspective so that we both can leave here with something.
This was the scene Thursday night inside Boys to Men Barbershop with both community members.
What can we get out of these people? Every month, we talk. And for the ones that come here, can we devise a plan?
And police officers, including LMPD Chief Paul Humphrey, chiming in.
This is about listening to what you think we need to do, what the problems are you having in your community, and how we can work together to solve those.
One of the problems attendees brought up, a lack of trust in the police department.
If we don't establish a level of trust, we're not going to get anywhere. We're not going to get anywhere. And it starts with these conversations.
Community members I talked with say they're happy with how Thursday's conversation went, but want to focus on urging more community members to join in for future ones.
This is a good step, doing it here at the barbershop. But I think reaching out to other leaders, business leaders, educational leaders, and saying, hey, can you bring people in so we can have these conversations? Because right now, the right people aren't in the room.
Everybody in this room does want change. It's the people that don't even know if they want change or don't want change that we need to get into the room so that we can create change.
These conversations with LMPD will be happening monthly, with the next one on August 25th.
That they edited.
So,
one thing I'd say about that news report, I don't like the way they cut and edited it. with the audio.
Well, well, yeah. I mean, I apologise for the sound synchronisation. It's not brilliant, at least, because I had to take it from a website rather than YouTube. But the thing is, the chief blames the victim. Then, in the second interview, he breaches everything you could think of, because the information he gives is in relation to the crime, which means now that he's discussed the case before it goes to court. Interesting legal issue there.
Well,
big problem.
Although he was left with no real choice after the original mistake.
He should have kept his gob shut and not done anything, just rolled it out. Or apologised and not said anything about the case.
He did apologise.
Yeah.
You know, another thing that I would say,
Really?
when you see like a young chief like that, you got to know that he was placed there because the coward that should have been in his position wasn't able to take speak to the public, right? So they put someone there. Well, there's someone behind him telling him what to say.
Well, it was scripted. I know that. I can work that one out. But the thing is,
he's too young to be a chief anyway, that guy.
Apparently, that area, that county, has had more police chiefs than they've had dinners in recent months. It's full of corruption, right? Even the state police are being investigated for what Mama Bear was telling us for sex crimes, etc. Now, the thing one of the questions was, why was someone there? Someone was there because she was there right at the beginning. She was part and parcel of the people in the community looking for them, looking for the girl. It doesn't matter what the police chief says. That's his opinion. There's no evidence to back it up, not produced any evidence, right? But what he's saying is that the girl put herself in that position because she was planning to murder somebody else, etc. That load of whatever you want to call it, he shouldn't have been saying something like that, because it now means that the guy who's been arrested for her murder could get away with it because of what he said and the way he said it. Right, but that's a legal issue.
Yeah, but listen, that's really bad. Yeah, it's really bad. But
he shouldn't have said what he said in the first place. Right?
If it's true though,
there's no evidence to back it up.
Well, not like there and then, but it's not to say that what he was saying is true.
He's destroyed the case they had against him.
He's destroyed the case against the murderer.
The case inadmissible. Like evidence basically is inadmissible against him. So basically, they have perverted the course of justice. Basically,
yeah, it's fruits of the poison tree.
Yeah, fruit of the poison tree, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now the thing, what I was getting at, right, I'm thinking about was, the police did not issue any sort of warning when the girl went missing. It was a local community that banded together, right, and put that to, and went looking for them. It wasn't the police that found the girl. It was the people who were out there, right? The police couldn't be asked about it, in short, right? Then he comes out and he says, apart from one sentence, everything was good. In his apology. His apology was not an apology. It was rubbing salt into the wounds. Right?
He's a narcissist.
I watched the conference, the press conference that they showed bits of. I actually watched that. It was something which Summer she was there. She did the live transmission, and probably up until the point that she was asked to go up on stage to get to say something. But I watched it and it grabbed my interest because I couldn't understand how any police officer, never mind a chief, could go to the on a public forum and blame a victim because they put themselves in that position. It's like turning around and saying, well, she deserved it. It's her own fault because she wore a short dress. Sure, whatever, with me. It was the way she wore her makeup. It's victim blaming. You can't do that in any way, shape, or form.
Man, she was about to go out and murder someone else.
Allegedly, there's no evidence. It's allegedly, and he shouldn't have said that because it now helps the person who was arrested, her boyfriend, and it was her gun allegedly that killed her, and that's why they're turning around and saying that she went out to plan a murder. So even when the first time I played it, I had Mum Bear up here and she gave the lowdown on it all. And I just got more and more annoyed with it because the corruption within that area is terrible, really is terrible, in my opinion. And it's corrupt from the top down. And probably even the mayor of the city who turned around and should have sacked him for it there and then on the day. But it took him 48 hours for that press conference to come out. In the meantime, on the Thursday, he went out to the community to try and bridge the gap between the police and the community. Does that make sense or what? It's a setup. It's a psyop.
It's yeah. They're hypocrites, basically. Narcissistic hypocrites. They spend more time and energy covering up their bullshit than they do solving crimes, right?
I'm hoping to be able to keep up with that because with what's going on there, because I just think that it's the more people who know about it, the better. And people who are watching back on this, I hope you take note of what's going on over in the States, because that is just one area. Imagine what it's like everywhere else. You know, take all the crimes into account where victims are being blamed. It's their own fault because they were there. That's the next thing I was expecting to come out. You can't victim blame in any way, shape, or form. I mean, I know lawyers do it, and barristers do it, and in a court of law. That's a different kettle of fish. But to publicly say something like that in a news conference is worse than diabolical. And if somebody disagrees with me, please tell me. I'd love to know why you think what I'm saying is wrong. But as I say, I came across that one accidentally, and I just asked for some information. And I was, I think it was Christine that put the link in the chat that I was in, and I found it, and I was just flabbergasted. And I said, I'm having that. I'm doing something about it. So the first interview I put up on YouTube, and I'm going to put the second one up as well, I think now. I can only apologise for the sound quality. It's just one of those things, unfortunately. In fairness, stop pissing about with your emojis. Get me headed. But I mean, I've got to say, big up to Sora for being involved and for publicising it the way that she has done, and it certainly tweaked my interest, and I think it should tweak other people's interests as well. Certainly over in the States. I mean, I know that people over in the UK will think, well, nothing to do with us. But imagine if that was somebody over here saying that about a victim. Oh, let me think. It's been said many a time over here by people. Oh, it's the victim's fault. If they hadn't been there, I wouldn't have done it. That's the mentality.
It's Americans, though, they think the same. Anything outside America, they fucking don't give a fuck about.
Yeah, but I do, because it's about rights. It's about people's freedoms. It's about what's right and wrong. I'd do the same for anybody if I found out about it. That's what the network's about. It's about building bridges. It's about joining forces, not about politics. It's not about anything else. I don't give two shits. Personally, I look at it from the point of view that needs publicising. The more eyes on it, the better. You know, whether that be over here or over in America, because I know that I get a lot of viewers from both sides, probably more from America these days. But the more people who see it, the better. You know, and if something happened to you, Bear, or somebody you knew, and that sort of shit, and it was, you know, blatant what is happening, I would publicise it. I would be all over it like, you know, there's no tomorrow. I'd make sure that it was put up. That's why I tried to put the network together. It's to support each other. Politics don't come into it. It's about people's rights, and that's how I see it. But maybe I'm old-fashioned. Maybe I'm too old. But I know what's right and wrong. You know, and it's people like yourself, Bear, your generation, that's going to be leading this on and taking it on. And it is about morals at the end of the day. What's right, what's wrong. You can agree to disagree, you don't fall out. You know, at the end of the day. But that really did, it made me feel sick that was even aired, to be honest. And I saw the, yeah, there you go. Big G's at it again. I disagree with you. Laugh loud. He doesn't really. Yeah. The point I'm making
in the room. Probably hasn't. He's probably only just walked in the room. Probably
exactly.
Know what you're talking about.
Well, he wouldn't have a clue anyway. He's a United supporter.
Wow, that's true.
You see what I mean? How anyone from fucking York can support Manchester United is another thing. I just don't get it. Sorry, just support. I mean, do you support Yorkshire in the War of the Roses? You lost it, that one as well, Lancashire one.
He ain't going to support York, is he? There was shit as well.
I'm not talking about York City. I'm talking about, there's got to be I mean, even Leeds is better. At least they're in Yorkshire-ish. Sorry, Big G, you came in at the wrong moment. No, seriously, I'm going to put that other one up. I will put that through tomorrow probably. I need to do a bit of tidying up, put an apology on for the sound. But do you know, it seems like that do make my blood boil, and I don't care whether it's over on the other side of the Atlantic or whether it's over here. No one should blame a victim. A victim is a victim. You know, that's like turning around and the pedo turning around and saying, well, it's the girl's fault because she looked X, Y, and Z. Blaming the victim.
Talking about
a rape victim. Well, she, I say that because it could be male or female, just looks so attractive to me, it's their fault. It's the same thing. Same principle.
Talking about victims, you heard about what's going on with Candace Owens?
No, not recently.
Well, she's getting sued by Macron's wife.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
She's basically saying that she's a man.
Yeah, she's brilliant, speaking.
Yeah. So here's another interesting fact. They got together when Macron was only 14 years old, and that back then he was a bloke, and then he became a woman, and then now they're married. You know, it's okay now.
Hang on, run that one by me again. When they first met. Listen, don't do that to me when I've had too much.
All right, so the prime minister of the prime minister, is it president or prime minister of France, right? He's Macron, right? His wife, right? She's suing Candace Owens because Candace Owens said that she's actually a man, right?
Right.
And when they got together, when Macron and this his wife got together, Macron was only 14, and she was he was a he back then. He was like 40 odd years older than him, right? But then he became a woman, and then they got married.
Same-sex marriage?
No, he's a woman now.
No, same-sex marriage. Biologically, he's a man.
He identifies as a woman. He wears a skirt and everything.
Look,
and a wig.
But biologically, it's a man. So it's a same-sex marriage.
Not just any man. He's a PDF, right?
Yeah, but you're missing what I'm getting at.
Right, so she's suing Candace Owens for making this public. There were actually 3 other journalists in France that made it public before Candace Owens. Candace Owens just repeating the story that they said.
Got you.
And the point of contention is, I mean, it's so easy for her to prove that she's a woman, but she won't do it. I mean, she's got to just do a DNA test, right? I mean, she doesn't have to strip down or anything.
No, that's correct.
Right, or just even better, even easier, where's your birth certificate, or show us a picture when you was a child, or bring it up.
Or alternatively, just do a test for your XY chromosomes.
There is a picture.
They're never going to change.
There is a picture of her brother, by the way, but her brother is nowhere to be seen because her brother is her.
Exactly. Yeah.
Right, so.
I was watching something the other day by surprise. It was on YouTube, and it was like, hang on, this guy was actually highlighting the fact how woke has gone fucking downhill, etc. And there was a guy reading a nursery book, right? And at the end of it, it was he became the sister because he now identifies as a woman, or as a girl, and it's okay because he's safe in his sexuality. And this is being taught in America to kindergarten, our nursery type, or primary school. And I went, where's the bucket? I need to throw up. Sorry about that. But sounds like you're eating or you're moving.
Yeah, we was eating some pasta.
Oh, thanks for letting me know. I'm starving, as you know. Thank you. Oh, bellows never change. Listen, folks, I've been going for too long on this. But there is a song I need to play you. For everybody who's gone out, and you've heard this before probably a few times. Who's it? Oh, Porky Chops. Is that you, Porky? Okay, put your camera on a minute. All right, and don't. Got another way. Porky, is that you?
Yeah, can you hear me, my mate?
Oh, I can. I know it's you. Hang on, what's 1 and 1?
1 and 1 is 2, my mate.
No, it's not. It's 11.
Yeah, true.
I did not say add.
Oh, yes.
Didn't mean to do that.
How you doing, Ruby?
How you doing, Port Shops? Long time no speak.
It is, mate, and I've missed speaking to you, my mate.
It's window.
What's window?
1 and 1.
1 and 1's a window. What planet did you come from?
1 and 1.
Or universe. Anyway, what are you up to these days, mate? Same as always, as little as possible.
Are you talking to me there, Grim?
Yeah, I did say my mate. I wasn't talking to Bear.
Oh, I thought you said someone in the chat or something then. Sorry, pal.
No. What are you up to?
No, I'm just chilling, mate, relaxing, having a couple of beers.
Oh, well, I'm not getting another drink. This moonshine's far too strong.
Ain't that Grim? How's Mrs. Grim doing?
Waiting on results as always.
Oh,
Welsh National Health Service is terrible, especially when it comes to biopsies. Fucking hell.
Is it that bad?
Yeah. Well, she might have the big C of the mouse, possibly. We don't know. We're waiting to find out. Day goes by. Eventually we'll find out. They might do something like that.
Bless. I'm always thinking, mate. Tell her I'm always asking. Oh, it's okay, yeah.
Well, I remember you from the good old days.
Back in the days, Grim, innit?
Back in the days. Listen, things have changed and included. Hey, you've got kids, haven't you?
Yeah. I've got a few family.
You probably missed the conversation we had earlier around school uniforms.
Oh, what, the skirt thing?
No. The school has turned around to a parent who can't afford to provide a school uniform. Oh, I'm sorry, but we're going to keep your child out of school because it's your fault. You're too poor to get a school uniform, and the policy says you have to wear one.
Yeah, I know what you're on about now, Grim. But no, I totally agree. And there's families out there that are struggling who the schools request this school uniform. Yeah.
Yeah,
but
there's no law. Yeah, but there's no laws. The point I was making is there's no law which can enforce it.
Hey, Book Chop, how you doing, mate? Sorry, I was just
how you doing, fellows? But what gets me grim with this, right? That they recommend them wear a uniform, yeah, and it's like my work. They recommend me wear a uniform, but they pay for my t-shirts and pants and stuff. Yeah, they provide them.
Yes. And that was the point I was making.
yeah. So I always say me, Grim, right? If that school recommends and they say you've got to wear that uniform, they should provide for it. Simple as.
Listen, I don't know what if you're referring to me ever having a hangover there. I've never had a hangover in my life. I don't know what one is. And believe me, I have tried over the years.
How is our BBA doing? He's very quiet down there on his little self.
Yo, all good, man.
Good, BBA. How you doing, brother? As always, you know that kid.
All right. You good, bro?
Yeah, all good, my mate. Hope the family's doing well.
He's the sober one amongst us, I think, and the one that's less stoned.
Yeah, I was just about to say he's probably more stoned as our BBA loves it.
You know what? I'm not going to lie. I was actually just nodding off though until I just heard.
Listen, BBA, you want to drop down and go to sleep? That's fine.
No, it's all right. I'm here, aren't I? I'm here. I was
listen,
here at the beginning. I'm here till the end.
Right. Well, sort of. Right. Have you ever gone to Toys R Us, as it was? Or gone shopping for Christmas for a doll for your child?
No, I mean, yeah.
I have for the children at Christmas, yeah.
Right. So how about this idea? The Grim Reaper doll. The Grim Reaper doll. Right? You might think it's eerie, you might think it's strange, but it's a possibility.
Grim Reaper doll. Sound. Tiny hands will pull you down. Close your eyes, don't try to run. Sleep now, child, your time is done. She came from the toy store wrapped up so neat, but something went wrong. Her heart does beat. No pink, no glitter, adorable. They dressed her in black, gave her a knife. Now little kids whisper, she's coming tonight. She doesn't have friends, just dolls made for one purpose, with empty black eyes and a smile like a gash. Grim Reaper doll, princess of the dead. Good kids gather round the campfire. Take all the dolls, build up a nice pyre. Burn them like candles, stack them up higher. The stores are all empty, no dolls on the shelves. She's turned all the playrooms to little dark hells. The fashion world cheered, they thought she was fun, until all the models started to run. She wears little boots made from angel leather, a crown of bones and broken doll strings. The demon kids cheer, they know she's the best. They hold out their hands, she'll do all the rest. Grim Reaper doll, princess of the dead. Good kids gather round the campfire. Take all the dolls, build up a nice pyre. Burn them like candles, stack them up higher. Good little children don't cry at night. They open their eyes and give up the fight. Nightmare come true. Dressed all in darkness, she's coming for you. Tiny hands reaching, pulling you deep. She whispers so sweetly, go back to sleep.
Hey.
So don't buy a doll for your kid.
I was about to say, Grim, that went on for a bit. Like, I was enjoying it, then I was like, he's going to stop now.
It was at the end. I've been told it's eerie. I've been told that it's wrong. I've been told it's fucking wonderful.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it were wrong. I thought it were good. You know what I mean? I didn't think it was good. I think it's a bit too long, but yeah, it was good.
Yeah, well, that's the AI for you. That's all I'll say on that one. The idea came to me one day when I was watching Chucky.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that, my mate. You've always been the Grim Reaper, haven't you?
No. I used to be God.
Well, everybody's God out there these days, kid.
That was a long, long time ago in the days of Mr. Tex. I mean, Buzz, you know.
Yeah, back in them days.
I had to change it because I got fed up with people calling me God as I was walking down the road. It was even worse. They were outside a Catholic church at the time.
Well, I'll be in Manchester on the 2nd.
Wow, I have no intention of ever going to Manchester again.
Yeah, I don't blame you, mate. It's a shithole.
I'm in the wonderful valleys in South Wales.
Are you in the valleys?
Yeah, I moved down here. Now, yeah, but I've learned how to speak Welsh.
Yeah, no wrong with that, my mate. Get in the countryside and that. I love it.
Yeah, just say bah, bah. Well, Welsh to me anyway. I'll be wrong. He's disappeared.
He's gone in with falling asleep, weren't he, retired by? Are we going to have CBA there if he's up for, like, if he's going Manchester on the 2nd?
What's happening on the 2nd, mate?
Well, it's not something I follow, sort of thing. It's apparently it's Britain's first protest that are going through, but I'm just going to go record it.
Ah, that'll be interesting.
Yeah,
now, that's right wing. We were having a conversation about that earlier, really, in the way of what's right wing, what's not, and state of immigration. You have to go back and listen to it sometime. But yeah, it's been a good old night. I've been going for just over 4.5 hours, and I have to be up for work in 7.5 hours or so.
Yeah.
And I've run out of this class almost, so I've got to finish this, and I'm going to call it a night.
Yeah, I've seen your live stream before. You were live before, but I was watching all different sort of streams. There's that many been tonight. It's been crazy. You know what I watch.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice to be back. It's nice to run some lives, but I usually have a 2-hour limit, and the last one was over, and this one's gone over that one. So I think I'm getting back to where I was at one stage, doing long lives. I'm still about the same. I'm still doing what I said I would do, and which is to encourage people to stand up for whatever they believe in.
We're all human, aren't we? End of the day, Grim.
Yeah, I don't care which side. I mean, I keep getting told off for supporting the Americans so much, but someone's got to.
Well, see, the American side ain't got a clue, mate. You know what I mean? I'm British, but you know what I mean. If
yeah, the thing is, they've got a proper constitution, mate.
Have they? Like I say, I ain't got a clue what's going on over there. But
you've got. See, the thing is, I agree with a lot of things they do, and I disagree with some of the things they do as well. But that's fine. At the end of the day, I'm over here, right? And I think that we should have rights and not permissions.
Yeah. It's like all I do, Grim, mate. End of the day is look after my country first, sort of thing. And I do, and I do support other things, but obviously my country comes first,
Yep, totally agree with you, and I get it. And this is one of the reasons why there's a lot. I mean, I've just realised, there's a lot of people a lot of problems going on at the moment, and mainly due to the fact that we're wasting so much money on
a lot of bloody money.
And as AGM puts it perfectly correct, and I totally agree with him. That's what I said earlier, because he did. If a state school wants you to wear a school uniform, the government should provide the state uniforms instead of wasting millions on illegal immigrants. Well, and I totally agree with that.
I said that, didn't I, though? Great about the school uniforms. They want them to wear uniforms. It's like they're in their fucking gang. Yeah. So if they want them to wear them, they fucking provide it.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Not for some single parent who's struggling on the street that I've got to try and find that next year's uniform to put on that child back. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, you've probably been through it as well as a lot of other parents as well. So you get where I'm coming from.
Yeah, I'm a council estate man. I've always been a council estate boy. You know what I mean? I've got children now where we've got to pay for their uniforms. If I've always said, if that school wants them to wear a uniform, they should provide it. Simple as.
Yeah, well, this came about because a young child wasn't even in secondary school, if I remember right. I could be wrong, but basically the parents couldn't afford, or the single parents, should say in this case, couldn't afford school uniform, and the child got punished because they had to spend all day outside at the secretary's office in reception until the parent could get to them to take them home, and the parent was told, don't send your child back until they got uniform.
Yeah, well, you know what upsets me as well, Grim, right, is, like when my son has forgot his PE shorts, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
In my son's school, and I've told him to say no, simple as, right? So if he's forgot his school shorts for PE, they say he's got to get some out of lost property sort of thing, right? Which I find disgusting. They said they've been washed, but no. they could put any shorts on. They offered him a pink pair of pants or whatever. You know what I mean? I went, nah, it ain't happening.
No, I agree totally. If they're not lost and found, but if they've been donated or you with me, then that's a different kettle of fish.
Yeah, of course, donated different.
But in this particular problem, the parent was told they could have gone to Goodwill, secondhand, blah, blah, blah. They tried everything and couldn't get a uniform. So they punished the child because the parent can't afford. And that was the point I was making. And I pointed out, if you work for a company, because they said, well, if you work for a company, you've got to wear their uniform, blah. Yeah, but it's provided. That's what the law says. There is no law in the UK which says a child has to wear school uniform. It is a policy. It's not law.
Well, exactly. It's like us, though, Grim, as well. It's like I'm a working parent. I've got 4 kids, 5 kids, yeah. Obviously, not all at school. That's why I switched from numbers then. But they're not all at school. But when they were all at school, so me and my missus back then, I'm talking about 4-5 years ago, we were paid for like 3 children's uniforms, right? So it was like £120 to go each.
Yeah.
Even though we was both working, but that's a lot of money, right?
Oh, I agree.
Yeah, for our schools to say, right, they've got to wear that uniform, right? And like if they, it's like my son, if he wore just black trainers, they wanted to wear black shoes, yeah. If his shoes were manky one time, we sent him in his trainers, and we'll send him a note and say like he's in his trainers because his shoes are manky. We're washing them, blah blah blah. He was like, no, he got detention for that. Why? You know what I mean? He still got detention, and we're like, we've explained what the fuck's your problem.
Punishing the child for no reason,
and it's not fair on the child.
Yeah, I agree totally. In this situation, they're withholding education, which, regardless of what I think of the school's education these days, you can't withhold that, in my opinion. You know, as I say, it's my opinion.
Yeah, it's my opinion. Exactly the same as you, Grim. At end of fucking day, they want to uniform them children in that school. They pay for it. If not, if they don't want them in a uniform, then they can go in the normal clothes to me.
Yeah,
but be a normal person. Be an original person as they are.
Yeah, and then there's the contracts which the school has with the local shops to provide the uniform at inflated prices, so the school get a kickback.
Well,
allegedly,
if the government can provide for these fucking immigrants coming, I'm sure they can provide for a school uniform, mate. You know what I mean?
Well, here's something for you, right? I mentioned it earlier, and I'll just go over it for a close. At the moment, they're getting £50 per week on a card, right? These immigrants, right?
Yeah.
The Home Office found out over a 12-month period that over 6,000 were using it in betting shops and casinos.
Yeah, they were betting it away.
Yep, and they're still doing it, right?
Yeah, of course they will.
That is meant for important things.
Yeah, well, gambling is important to them.
No. Yeah, no, but clothes on your back is more important.
Yeah, but they get all that anyway, Grim. They get free food, free clothes, free iPhone, free iPads, everything.
Yeah, but then again, it's all at our expenses.
Us taxpayers that are paying for that.
Yeah.
And now everybody don't understand this. Not everybody. A certain amount of percentage of the UK population get this is we're paying for it fucking all.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't agree with Britain first and their right-wing politics. However, I do agree with curtailing the illegals one way or another. And if that means that we've got to go down the route of a right-wing government, or more right-wing than we've ever known before, even going back to the days of Thatcher, if that's what it's going to take, that's what it's going to take, unfortunately. And I don't want us to be in that situation.
No, I agree with you there, Grim, mate. I totally agree. But if that's what it's got to take, it's got to take. And I'm not being funny because, like I say, I'm not bothered about myself, my persona. Right. Once I'm gone, I want my children to be right. So I'm going to fight for that right for my children and my grandchildren.
Exactly. I'm fighting for my grandchildren, my granddaughter.
Yeah,
right?
Exactly.
And that's why I do what I do at the end of the day.
Because one day, if I don't stop fighting, I'm going to pass, which I'm only 44. Well, 38, should I say 38 before anybody's watching it yet. But, you know what I mean, Grim? But end of fucking day, I feel sorry for the youth that, you know.
Okay. I've got to address this. AJM said late 70s, early 80s, we forgot our PE kit and we would get the slipper on our arse. Child abuse. I can remember being caned by a teacher, right? And I warned them. I gave him fair warning, right? He caned me across my hand. Stupid idiot, used my right hand as the target. I gripped it, turned it around and twatted him across the face. Guess what? I nearly got expelled for retaliation. I was in the wrong for hitting the teacher. No, I wasn't. You shouldn't have hit me in the first place. I was always against corporal punishment. I think that it's the parents who should sort that side of things out, not the school.
Correct. No, I totally agree. And I'm not being funny. I was an 80s child, you know what I mean? 1980, I was born.
Well, you're a lot younger than me, mate. I've got 20 odd years on you.
Go on, Grim.
I'm an old bastard. I know it, and I say it, you know.
Oh, I know that, Grim.
Oh, cheers. I've got old values. That's the problem.
In the 80s, I've always been brought up on council estate, yeah. But in the 80s, we brought up on these flats. You can Google search it. Ashfield Valley Flats, Rochdale, yeah. Google that. We're all punks and rockers back in the day, and they were only up for so long, yeah. And it housed punks and rockers and stuff. I were brought up there since I was like 4-year-old. And when they closed them down, you got people in there that were like squatting and stuff, and they paid them out to get out of them before they knocked them down. I think that was a Sir Cyril Smith thing, I think.
Oh, God.
Yeah, I think it was.
Rochdale. Fucking Rochdale. Excuse my French. I'm sorry, Cyril Smith and Rochdale. Jeez.
Yeah. Well, that's my hometown, obviously.
I know. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
AJM, you're right. I remember those days.
I were an 80s child from then. And I'll tell you what, my mother from the Ashfield Valley Flats, obviously, it weren't my father that beat me up. It was my stepfather that beat me up. So we ended up in like caravans, not far from Ashfield Valley Flats. As kids, you know what I mean, growing up in this as a battered wise refuge sort of thing. She ended up getting back with my stepfather and stuff, and we grew up on like next to the football club and stuff like that. Hence why I support Rochdale, you know what I mean? But you didn't have none of this. Like, I'm not a racist person, like Muslims in that area or stuff like that. There were none of that. Totally different way of life back then, weren't it? 70s, 80s, coming up to the 90s, and it all changed in the 90s.
Yeah, well, I was born in the 20th century, allegedly. But, no, seriously. I'm in my 60s now. I remember a lot. We had a discussion earlier on.
Graham, plus VAT.
Yeah. Well, you were born probably around the time of Thatcher, and we were talking about Thatcher and how bad she was for the country.
Yeah, I don't think I remember that though. You know, like being so young.
Exactly. So you got people like yourself who don't remember it, and have got some people who think that Thatcher was the Iron Lady and she was this, that, and the other. She was so good for the country, and I pointed out you didn't live through it.
Yeah.
Simple as that. Anyway, I've been going for nearly 5 hours.
Go on, Graham.
I'm knackered. I'm going to have to go to sleep. I'll say I'm going to get up. be awake later in the morning to do a little bit of work, if nothing else. So I'm going to call it a night.
Right, no problems, Grim.
I wish you'd have turned up earlier, Porky, but unfortunately, maybe next time.
I know, Grim.
Maybe
No. I seen you live earlier, but I was watching all the protests that were going on.
Yeah.
And stuff. So I did see you live. So no, thank you for letting me on, Grim. I'll let you get.
No worries. You're always welcome. You know that.
I know.
So anytime you see us live, you can always pop up. I want to thank BBA, although he's probably flat out by now. Mellows, thanks for dropping by.
You're
Big up, Mellows.
And our friend in the background, is she still there? And also to Inferno, who's been here right from the beginning, AJM, and everybody else. Dragon, that's not a classy dragon, that is, or Dragon Classic, and Mama Bear as well.
Yeah,
thank everybody for being here. And I shall see you all again very, very soon. And just because I can, I'm going to go out with an old song to play us out.
Right, before you do that, can I just jump off and say thank you very much, Grim? You're a cracking lad as always, you know that, mate.
Oh, I appreciate it. Thank you. And you're one of the few people who never turned on me.
I've never turned on you, mate. I
know you people who haven't. Exactly.
No, but I know the right people. You know what I mean? I'm not about that. I'm just me. You know what I mean, kid?
Yeah, exactly. Oh, by the way, this one is dedicated to. I can't remember now. It'll come to me anyway. Eventually.
Right, big up, Grim.
All right. Cheers, my friends. Thank you.
Mellow, take care, my mate. Big up the chat.
Everybody's been it.
Good night, everyone in the chat.
Big up our Grim all day long.
Take care, folks. See you
I'll be in
soon.
Jitsi anyway if anyone wants to.
All right. Cheers, pal. I might nip in for 5 minutes before I fall asleep.
Okay.
In the meantime, I'm playing out with this one.
Welcome to the Grim Reaper Radio Network, the final resting place for ideas both controversial and tame. I'm death, not taxes. I turn up only once. The truth may be out there, but the lies are inside your head. Despite the rumor, death isn't cruel, merely terribly good at his job. It is often said that life is cheap. This is, of course, completely wrong. Life is often very expensive, but you can get death for free. Do you not know that a man is not dead while his name is still spoken? Light thinks it travels faster than anything, but it is wrong. No matter how fast light travels, it finds the darkness has always gotten there first, and is waiting for it. Join Grim on his distinctly underground network.